negotiator with respect to legal negotiations pertaining A, memorandum of understanding on behalf of the part-time employees, B, memorandum of understanding on behalf of mid-management and non-management full-time employees, C, compensation and benefits for unrepresented full-time executive management employees. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, one case from the Earth LLC versus City of Commerce. Item number 3, the City Council will confer with its real property negotiator, Vilka Domik, with respect to real estate negotiations pertaining to 6364 Zindel Street, Commerce, and 7316 Gage Avenue.
Thank you, Lena. And at this time, we'll recess to closed session. We're now reconvened from closed session. Could I get a report from legal counsel, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. With all 5 members of the City Council being present in closed session, the City Council met in closed session to discuss the following items. City Council met and discussed item 1C. City staff made a presentation. The City Council provided feedback. No final reportable action was taken. Items 1A and B were not discussed. With respect to item number 2, I'd like to report out a execution of a settlement agreement. On June 27th, 2023, the City Council met in closed session to discuss From the Earth versus the City of Commerce. By unanimous vote of the City Council, the City Council authorized staff to enter into a settlement agreement with the plaintiff From the Earth LLC. That settlement agreement has been executed. This litigation related to allegations related to the award of cannabis permits. Irregularities were alleged and discrimination. Again, the settlement agreement has been executed, and a final copy, an executed copy of the settlement agreement is available with the city clerk's office. With respect to item number 3, city staff made a presentation. The City Council provided direction. No final reportable action was taken, and that concludes my report out of closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, legal counsel. And at this time, we're going to call the regular City Council meeting to order. And for that, could I have a roll call? Lena, please.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Linus.
Here.
Councilmember Boyer.
Here.
Vice Mayor Altamirano.
Here.
And Mayor Gumedo.
Here. And if I could ask everybody to please stand and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance and invocation. Pledge of Allegiance by Ella, our Human Resources Director, Ella Papo, and invocation by Councilmember Garcia. Thank you.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing.
As we gather for the City Council meeting, let's center ourselves and unite our purpose to serve the community. Keep fellow citizens' well-being in mind as well we discuss respect and open-mindedness. Seek solutions, progress, and fairness, fostering unity for positive change. Let's find strength to overcome challenges, work together with shared goals, and let's proceed with this meeting with renewed commitment to serve with integrity. Amen.
Amen. Thank you both, and we're going to move on. At this time, we're going to move to appearances and presentations. The first presentation that we have this evening is a presentation related to the detrimental effects of SB 549. And we have the legal counsel from the Commerce Casino that will be making a presentation. But before she comes up, let me first also introduce the executive director of the Gaming Cities Coalition. And he'll be actually coming up and making some brief comments related to some of the work that we've been doing on behalf of the gaming cities that are all working in conjunction to make sure that our clubs, our card clubs, we all have card clubs in our cities, and we are very dependent on the revenue that we generate for our respective cities. And I just would like for him to come up, introduce himself to the community and to everyone else, and also give us a brief little update of what we've done, and also allow Ms. Arn to come up and then make her presentation related to SB 549.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, it's an honor to be in your beautiful city once again. My name is Juan Garza. I am the Executive Director of the California Cities for Self-Reliance Joint Powers Authority. The authority itself is comprised of a membership of 5 cities. The members of the JPA are the cities of Commerce, the city of Compton, the city of Hawaiian Gardens, the city of Cudahy, and the city of Hawaiian Gardens. So those are the 5 cities that comprise the JPA. What unites the JPA itself is the fact that all those 5 cities have card rooms as partners in their communities. As the mayor mentioned, These 5 cities are highly dependent on the partnerships and the revenues and benefits that card rooms bring to each city and the residents that live within each city. And because of that, it's important that the association itself continue to advocate on behalf of our cities. The reality of the association is that it exists at your pleasure and to make sure that you and your residents continue to benefit from these benefits, these benefits that the card rooms bring. We've had a lot of successes with the association itself in terms of being able to advocate on behalf of our member cities. And specifically this year, for example, with Mayor Argumedo, who is actually the chair of the board of our Joint Powers Authority, we're able to actually get something that was thought to never be able to actually happen. These benefits that our cities benefit from typically have been done over 5-year extensions. And this year, with the leadership of our chair, Argumedo, we actually were able to obtain a 20-year agreement, which means that your cities, our member cities, and all your residents, and every single employee that works for card rooms, which numbers over 10,000 in LA County alone, would directly benefit from this agreement that, again, our chair led us through. So that's a huge milestone, a huge source of pride for us. But frankly, unfortunately, it was a short-lived victory. And so now we find ourselves once again, unfortunately, in the undesired and unsolicited combat with tribal nations that unfortunately don't see eye to eye with us. And so we are faced with this bill that the chair mentioned, SB 549. The bill itself would completely undermine our ability to be able to be self-sufficient. It directly attacks our ability to be able to provide for our residents, your residents, and the residents of not only our 5 member cities, but every other city that has residents that are employed within this industry. And so it's a existential, frankly, bill for us. And so as of right now, that bill itself has undergone what they call it the gut and amend, which means the bill itself used to be originally an education bill. It went through the Senate, passed the Senate. When it went to the Assembly, it was gutted. It was completely changed and unknowing to us, and all of a sudden it's an anti-card room bill. And so we've engaged the author. In fact, on the way here, I actually got a call from the office of the author, and I haven't even told Joe yet. And so there's going to be some serious discussions happening over the next week before the legislature reconvenes. And so rest assured that we will be very vigilant to make sure that this bill either stays where it's at right now and doesn't progress. And if it does, to make sure that we kill it as soon as possible. So you have our assurance of that, and to be able to make sure that we continue to work for your benefit. And so with that, at the mayor's pleasure, I'd like to call my colleague, Joe Harn.
Yeah, thank you, Executive Director. I want to thank you for your comments and your discussion. And as you know, I am the representative for the City of Commerce, but you mentioned that under my leadership. Thank you, I appreciate that. But the reality is all of us working together. Yourself, you have exhibited great leadership and really staying on top of what's going on related to gaming. All of the other members of each of the respective cities that represent us, and of course my colleague, the Vice Mayor, is also my alternate, and he stays up to date with gaming activities, and so is the rest of the City Council. So we're all very much up to date with what's going on. But I wanted to make sure that you came up and spoke a little bit about some of the work that we're doing and some of the potential negative impacts that this particular bill can have on our community. But I want to thank you and again indicate that it's great work that we've done collectively together. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity again.
And at this time, we can have Joy Harn please come up and tell us a little bit about SB 549. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Joy Harn. I acknowledge I haven't really had the opportunity to meet most of you, so lovely to meet you if I haven't met you. I am the General Counsel at Commerce Casino. And let me also, on the heels of the Mayor's statements, thank you all for your support of the JPA over the past 20 plus years, I think, that the JPA has been in existence. It is it is absolutely the support of the cities and the elected officials that makes that entity so incredibly beneficial as a partnership, right, with the private enterprise and with the private card rooms to continue to do what we did, to continue to work together and get that moratorium. So what Mr. Garza shared is absolutely accurate. I think the fact that we've done 30 or so Zoom calls together, where we speak from the same script, so I will try not to repeat anything he said. But we did find out in June that we had a gut and amend that was coming our way from an education bill to a card room bill. It really, nobody saw it coming. And I will say to you, we engaged immediately and we had conversations with Assemblymember Ramos, who authored the moratorium bill that you heard about earlier. And he was even a bit taken aback by it. So they really did kind of do it very covertly. One of the things we were able to accomplish with the working together was to have the bill, what they call double referred. So the Assembly Rules Committee referred it both to the Judiciary Committee and to the GO, Governmental Organizations Committee, which is where we're used to seeing bills that impact the card room go, to the GO Committee. We fought hard. We spent a lot of time up there lobbying, both in person and, as I mentioned, multiple Zoom calls. Mr. Mayor, you and I spent a lot of time in squares on a screen together doing Zoom calls with Assembly members, really educating the members. The tribal coalition that is sponsoring this, is pushing it, has a very, very engaged lobby corps, and they were doing a lot of work. And we were getting questions like, well, the tribes say what you're doing is illegal gambling. How can that be okay? And the tribes say what you're doing is illegal, so why don't you let a court decide? Which are just, quite frankly, very false and dangerous narratives. So a lot of the work we did was an effort to correct that narrative, to tell them in actuality what they were trying to do, which the short version of it that I've been sharing with people is to use their tribal sovereignty as a sword and a shield, right? So what SB 549 would do is allow tribal entities who have a compact with the state of California, I believe it's a 3 or 4 month window, to file a declaratory relief action in state court, to have a court on a de novo review basis determine whether or not the games we play are illegal. It's as simple as that. The scary part is by having it be de novo review, that means the court gets to look at it with no concern for any prior history. So we've been in business, we've been playing these games for 25 plus years, all under the auspices of the Attorney General's office and the Bureau of Gambling Control, which, by the way, the legislature gave that mandate to. The legislature said, the Bureau of Gambling Control, this is your mandate to see if these games are legal. So it would usurp the power out of the AG's office and hand it to a single solitary trial court justice. I have a great deal of respect for those, the justice, but they don't have the 25 years of regulatory experience, knowledge, background, the dialogue, and none of that would be introduced because it's de novo review. So that was the short version of our lobby effort. As you heard earlier, it did come out of the Judiciary Committee, and let me take a moment to thank the mayor who flew to Sacramento, appeared in front of the Judiciary Committee, they were not necessarily a friendly group that day, and testified on behalf of not just this city and not just Commerce Casino, but the entire card room industry. So I personally, on behalf of Commerce, thank you very much for your efforts in that regard. It did get out of the Judiciary Committee. I will tell you, it got out on a 5-4 vote. And while that is a loss, it is one of the closest votes we would have expected. And up until the very end there, we thought we had a shot. The other good news is it could have been referred directly from the Judiciary Committee to the GO Committee, which would, for lack of a better word, have fast-tracked it. The Rules Committee didn't allow it. The Rules Committee said, we want it back. And we think that was in large part due to the effort that we were able to get out that education and educate the Assembly members as to what really was going on here, because it allowed them to hold on to it. So when the legislature went on recess on August 16th, it is still sitting in the Rules Committee. And when they come back from recess on September 16th, it will still be sitting in Rules Committee. And for it to get out to the GO Committee would require all sorts of rule waivers and jumping through hoops that we think will not happen. So that's where we are. We were able to kind of take a pause, right, and catch our breath with them being on recess. We have continued to work lobbying as we can. Again, they're on recess, so they're not actively engaged, but we have continued to move the process forward. I will tell you, we have also engaged with the Attorney General's office. So some years ago, you may recall, the former Attorney General Becerra put out what he called concept regs that would seek to regulate a similar subject matter, and they were awful. They were so awful that this city and other card rooms put our citizens on buses and bus them to meetings so the citizens could engage with the Bureau and tell them how awful it was. We have been informed that the new Attorney General is looking to do regulations again. And so we are actively engaging on that front, right? We're running parallel fronts. We're actively engaging on that front to make sure those regulations are something that makes sense, are within the confines of the law, and would allow us to continue to do business. So all that to say, it's still a little bit unsettled. The bill is still out there. The chances are it will probably become a 2-year bill if it doesn't get out of rules in September, which is okay. We're still in the fight, right? We still have a breath, and we're going to still work the bill. But as you heard earlier, it would absolutely decimate the carding industry as well. So sorry to start the meeting off with such a happy thought.
No, thank you.
But
We
if-
appreciate your comments and your expertise on the subject matter. It's of importance. That's why I had the item agendized so that we can provide one update to all of the members of the City Council, but to the community as well and our staff. I think it's important for you all to hear this. Sometimes we say, hey, you don't know what's around the corner. It's definitely, I mean, we've seen a number of these over the years. We're not out of the woods yet. We're hoping that we continue the work that we've been doing, and hopefully it will stay there and it doesn't come out. But anyways, I just wanted to thank you. I appreciate you both being here and the great work you're doing. And also Keith, I know he was a big part of our team that went up there, and it was part of the meetings as well as all of the other staff that worked with us. So let's keep the momentum going, and hopefully we'll make sure this bill doesn't make it out of the Rules Committee. It stays there. So, Joey, thank you. I appreciate your time, both of you, and we thank you again.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions, members of the council?
Just personally, I want to thank you, Joy, for your efforts, and Juan as well. Thank you for your efforts and the efforts of the Card Room JPA, and Mayor, of course, all the work that you've been doing to protect our city's interests. As you know, the Card Room is critical for our success.
It absolutely is.
I'll just echo the same sentiments. He said everything I wanted to say.
All right.
Same. I want to echo the same. To both of you, thank you for the hard work, and Hugo for showing up to all the meetings and ensuring that our community is going to be safe from the revenues being taken from you.
Thank you. I appreciate you also, because I know you've been on some of the calls as well via Zoom, and you've been very helpful as well. So I appreciate you serving along with me. So thank you all. Mireya?
Yes, thank you for your great efforts. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you again. And at this time, we'll move to item number 2, which is a presentation by Street Racing Kills regarding their past events and outreach conducted. Do we have staff that will make an initial comment related to the organization, or are we going to allow just the presentation to move forward? All right, let me just make a brief comment. I really appreciate all of the work that the founder and her colleague, who happens to be my daughter, Lori Argumedo, I really appreciate all of their work. They have been personally impacted by tragedies related to street racing, and they, in essence, have dedicated their life to helping others so that they would not repeat this. But as you know, more recently, we had a situation here in our city. And we've had some in the past. I mean, we've had multiple. You guys recall a couple of years ago, we had 3 individuals that as a result of the street takeovers they do. We lost 3 individuals in one night. We also had an incident on the 5 freeway where some individuals ran into a vehicle and a van, and I forget the van, but anyways, the van burst into flames, and as a result, some people perished. We also recently lost a post office, a member of the post office who was working, and as a result of racing on that same street that we just experienced one less than 2 weeks ago. And we lost two other individuals on Atlantic Boulevard. But prior to that, we had lost a postal worker who was just doing his work, delivering mail, and somebody just came right behind him as a result of losing control of his vehicle because he was racing it, and ran behind him and basically killed him. So anyways, this is the work that they're doing. They basically are reaching out to whoever they can and working with different agencies to bring attention to the impacts of street racing, and also offering alternatives to individuals. And I believe you're also trying to get it where it's court mandated. So I want to thank you guys, because you're also working with the district attorney's office, Mr. Jonathan Hatami, who's actually also here, and he's the deputy district attorney. And some of you, well, hopefully you'll tell us a little bit about some of the work that you've done in your field, and you'll all know him because he also had there's a documentary on Netflix, I believe, related to a child abuse case that you had a big impact on prosecuting, I believe. I can't remember the individual's name, Jonathan. What is his name? Gabriel Fernandez. Absolutely. There's a documentary for those of you who haven't seen it, and it occurred in Palmdale. And, it's just, you did some phenomenal work there in prosecuting that, and, appreciate all the work you've done there, but I know you've partnered with them now, and you're doing some great work there as well. So I just want to thank you. Thank you for being here. And also we have Raul and a couple of other individuals that I believe, I don't know if you'll be coming up and speaking or not, but I'm going to allow the presentation to go ahead and move forward. Lily, please come on up, and Lori, thank you.
All right, then let's get started. And thank you so much for having us. It's an honor to be here with Lori. Yeah, so thank you. Thank you to the City of Commerce. Let's get started, please. Thank you. All right.
Okay, so Street Racing Kills, we're a nonprofit organization. We're going to talk a little bit more about the organization. But before we talk about the organization, we want you guys to get to know us a little bit better.
Do you mind speaking into the mic? Because it's
Sorry.
being recorded, and there's people tuning in to hear you, and everybody here in the audience. So that way you guys will come out nice and clear for everybody.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
before we get started with the presentation, we do want to you guys to get to know us a little bit better, because prior to being Street Racing Kills, Lily and myself, we're doing different things in our lives. So we'll get started with the next slide, please.
Okay, so my name is Lily Trujillo Plaquet, and I am the founder and executive director of Street Racing Kills. I'd like to tell you a little bit more about what my life was before, which is a single mom, working hard, loving life, 2 children, Luca and Valentina, and I was a workout-holic. I just love working out. My life was just go to work. Sometimes I would see a memorial, and as a Latina, I would just bless myself. I just knew someone died in a crash. However, I never knew what was behind there. And my life was, I consider myself a lot of people that have not ever been in a crash. I had just seen that we were innocent. We're like little babies. We're going on our lives not thinking we're ever going to be touched by tragedy. And this is one of the main reasons I'll share my story in a little bit, why I found the Street Racing Kills.
All right. So my name is Laura Guimedo. I'm our Outreach and Community Relations Director. But before that, I actually grew up in the City of Commerce, and I boxed for the City of Commerce for about 17 years. I was in the Women's USA boxing team. I fought at 125 pounds. I represented the City of Commerce, and I was ranked number 3 in the nation, coming home with a bronze medal. Very fun time, one of the best times of my life. And even now, my kids are, my daughter plays on the Crush volleyball team. My son goes to Rosewood Park School. My daughter's been here since kindergarten to 8th grade. So the city is near and dear to my heart. I owe a lot to the city, and I love being here. In addition to that, currently I am the security manager for Northrop Grumman. So Northrop Grumman, we are a defense contractor for the military. If you guys have seen the movie Top Gun, we built those planes. So very proud to work for an organization that protects our warfighters. I've always wanted to represent my country. That's why I box. I always wanted to do something to protect our country. And that's why I'm very proud to work for Northrop. Now I'm protecting our city. So our communities, our teams, our everybody, by working for Street Racing Kills. I'll tell you a little bit more about my story, but on May 11, 2019, my niece was killed. And that's how I started working for this organization.
So, what is Street Racing Kills? It is a nonprofit organization that was funded by myself after my 16-year-old daughter was killed due to a street racing crash. Before that, I didn't know what street racing was, but I decided to do something about it as a mother who lost a child.
So as we've been working for this organization, we've noticed that the media portrays racing as fun and exciting. We've seen movies like Fast and the Furious, social media, Instagram, TikTok, likes, trends. We see it all over the place. Unfortunately, the truth is that the consequences are emotionally damaging. We have been fortunate to collaborate with many organizations like LAPD and Street Racing Task Force, CHP. And the street racing, since the pandemic started, has just increased. From street racing, shy shows, which we takeovers, the donuts, all that stuff has increased since the pandemic started. CHP actually reported that they responded to over 26,000 calls that involved speed contests or expedition of speed in 2020, and the numbers continue to rise. Actually, speeding is the #1 cause of death in our nation. Drivers and passengers between the ages of 18 to 44, so that's a pretty large number, 18 to 44. Data has shown that they're most likely to be involved in speed-related crashes. So what our organization is doing is we want folks to join the movement to help end illegal street racing and reckless driving in our communities.
Next one. Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, so here's the sad story, guys. December 7, 2013, I lost my daughter to a street racing crash. My daughter was 16 years old. We lived in the city of Torrance. Nice schools, nice everything. Like I said, I was just a single mom taking care of my kids. She wanted to go have a sleepover. Unfortunately, when she was getting a ride back home with her girlfriends, he saw a coworker passing by. Then they both stopped, trying to show it to a street race. He was going over 80 miles an hour, crashed against an SUV. Then he crashed, went right through a fence. And the only person that was killed was my daughter. And I was out of it for a while, didn't know what killed her. But when I finally read the report, and I could read the report, I saw what happened. And I thought to myself, what did I do wrong? What did she do wrong? Was she a bad kid, being out at a party? I don't want to judge, but I know all of us as teenagers have done something that we shouldn't be doing, right? And she just went to a party. She was just getting a ride back home. And I said to myself, you know what? Had he not raced, had he not been in that challenge, my daughter would be alive. A street race killed my daughter. The speed of going over 80 miles an hour killed my daughter. That was the cruel reality that I realized. And I feel like a lot of people, when they see it in front of their face or they're affected by it, is when they realize that there's a problem. There's something going on, anything. And then you start seeing it everywhere. Well, my goal from the beginning was like, I'm not going to let any parent lose a child like I did. I knew the pain different from any other pain because I had already lost my mom and my dad. There's no name, not even, for someone when they lose a child. I didn't want to be called an angel mom, but I knew I was going to do everything to keep her memory alive and keep her with me. Within 5 months, I was speaking at my first school. The next school, I already had a logo. The next school, I had a name, and I named it as it is, Street Racing Kills. I wanted to make sure that I would mentor the youth to prevent it from scratch before it even happens, before it even goes there, before I even thought we would create so many programs. But I wanted to make sure that her death would never be in vain, not even hers. Michelle Littlefield, City of Commerce, I know very well her parents, and I know what they're going through still to this day because she was an only daughter. So I didn't think this was gonna grow so much, to be honest with you. I tried to do everything, and that's why we're still trying, and I will never stop. 2019, fast forward, I see this horrible crash that's all over the news. And I'm like, I wanna meet those parents. And I get a call from LA Walks. Lily, there's gonna be a town hall meeting. Do you wanna go? I go, which, the street racing crash? I'm there. And I went there with my signs and my everything. And I see this girl just crying like crazy. And I'm like, no, she could not be the mom. She's too young. I wonder who she is. And of course, it had to be Lori next to me. And I looked at her and I go, here's my card. Hope to see you, because you never know when people are grieving, how they're going to grieve, what's it going to take. Like it took to me and too many founders, right? That they end up doing something crazy. Your life just changes forever, right? And it just inside of either you have it or you don't. And I just gave her my card and I left. So it is my honor to introduce my Community Relations Director, Lori Argumedo.
Okay, this is the hard part for me. So, this is Bethany's story. What I do is very, very important to me. That card that she gave me after we buried Bethany, I promised Bethany that her death would not be in vain. I promised her that I was going to keep her memory alive. But I didn't know how I was going to keep that promise to her. And Lily's card fell out of my pocket. And I looked at it and I'm like, oh, I need to call Lily. That's what I need to do. And this is how I'm going to keep her memory alive. This is how I'm going to make sure that she did not die for nothing. So Bethany was 23 years old. She was on her way the day before Mother's Day to pick up her little girl, Layla, who was only 6 at the time. As she was driving, her and her little brother, 2 men decided to street race down a residential street. They were going about 80 to 100 miles per hour, so CHP estimates, when they ran the stop sign and they hit her vehicle. After the crash, Bethany was killed at the scene and Emilio was taken to the ICU in critical condition. They were both taken as a Jane and John Doe because the crash was so horrific they could not identify them that night. The next morning, our family was looking for them as they did not show up for Mother's Day for our gathering. As we were looking for them, I can tell you that never in a million years did we ever think that something bad had happened to them. It didn't even cross our mind. So there's a couple things that you will never forget when you experience something as tragic as this. I'll never forget 5 p.m. when I received the phone call and I was asked to identify her body. I'll never forget identifying her body. I'll never forget having to tell her little girl that her mommy's never coming home. I'll never forget having to plan a funeral for a 23-year-old. I'll never forget all the things that I had to do because I know my family at the time, it was just not strong enough to do some of the things that we needed to do, like design her headstone, write her eulogy, and talk to the young man that took her life, because eventually he was caught. 3 months after her crash, he was convicted of felony hit and run, vehicular manslaughter, and bodily injury to a passenger. He was given a 7-year prison sentence, and I had an opportunity to talk to that young man. And so I was able to tell him everything that he took away from my family. But I learned a lot, and I learned that as hard as it was for our family, I could see his family in the same tears that we had. There was no difference in our tears. They were losing their son for 7 years. The only difference is they get a second chance. My niece doesn't get a second chance. So the reason I work so hard on what I do is not only because I promised her that, but I don't want another family to go through what we went through. Not my family, not his family, to go through what we went through, because it was one bad decision that changed all of our lives forever. 15 seconds of adrenaline rush cost him 7 years in jail and a lifetime of knowing that he took somebody's life. We don't get second chances with Bethany, unfortunately. Now our reality is that we celebrate everything at the cemetery. So I've dedicated my life as Lily to street racing kills, to make sure we educate the youth and our communities about the dangers of reckless driving, and that's why we're here today.
All right, so it's time to introduce the SRK team. We have a lot of people, but we have our main ones. Of course, Raul, that is here with us today. And thank you, Raul. You want to share just a little bit about you? And of course, we have Walker Musso. He has a story, and it's Lori and I am very proud of my SRK card because it was given to me by an offender that was actually doing donuts, and he took one of our courses. And after he was doing community service with us, I told him I really want a crash card because some of us have to ask for it for someone to our company. He's like, well, I have one. Here you go. He gave me the title. And he's one person that stopped doing the donuts, stopped going to take over. So that card means the world to us. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit to Raul.
Good afternoon. My name is Raul Contreras Jr. Thank you for having us here today. So Lori and I grew up together, and since we were kids, I remember Mr. Argumedo when we would go play basketball and go swimming at his house. So at the age of 18, I decided that it would be okay to chase my girlfriend and her friends. Her friend ended up losing control and ended up crashing. Because I put it in play, I ended up getting sentenced to prison, 32 years to life. At the age of 18 years old, I ended up doing 22 years in prison. I went in at the age of 18 and got out at the age of 40. I just turned 42. I've been out a year and 19 months. So before I was getting out, I had heard about what happened to Lori. So I had reached out to her and I said, I'm sorry for what happened, but if there's any way that I could help, here I am. I can't change my past, but I can change my future. I can maybe, by me sharing my story with some kids, maybe it may take them into a different direction. Maybe it might let them make a different choice, a better decision. When I was young, when you're young, you're making bad choices and bad decisions because you think you know it all. Your parents don't know. Nobody knows what they're talking about. We have it all figured out. So I was that person. But it took me 22 years, and I lost 22 years of my life that I can never get back. Though I can never bring back my victim, Ashley Hernandez, I can save someone's life. I can save the person, from having to make that bad choice and that bad decision, having to go to prison, having them lose their life. I tell kids nowadays, everybody's one bad choice and one bad decision, throwing it away. I don't care if you're black, blue, purple, rich, or poor. Everybody's one bad choice and one bad decision from throwing it away. So I ask them, I tell them, think before you act. There's always a consequence before every action. And here I am with Lori and Lily, and I'm always with them, and everywhere they want to go, I'm always right behind them. And here I am, I followed them here today.
Next slide, please. Okay, so the programs. I honestly never studied to be a program creator. I just became one out of my dreams and my thirst to save lives. I met so many nonprofits now, and they're like, oh, we have a program director, we have a news media, we have this, we have that. And I'm like, oh, wow, I should be making all this money now. Because I became a pro. So I created so many programs because they wouldn't let me get into the schools. And as you know, many schools, most of the schools in California, they don't have traffic safety education. Driver's ed is completely gone. And I was like, well, what can I do to get in? So I kind of wanted to disguise a little bit Street Racing Kills because it was kind of scary at the time. When I came in, they wanted mad motorcycles, young drivers, Street Racing Kills sounded kind of creepy. And so I call it the Team Traffic Safety Program, the Respect the Road Program. But of course, I will be in other organizations, and I still do. But of course, honestly, we do kick butt when we come in with Street Racing and reckless driving. We do our best to do. And like I said, I have here, as I take my other hip, my everything, that we will just go there and we just love what we do. So to talk about our programs, it's going to be Lori.
So some of the programs that we want to make sure that the City of Commerce takes advantage of, all of your teens, all of the high schools that our teens do go to, we have senior projects. We will do a senior project with them, bring a crash car, have a CHP officer there, ourselves there, our victim speakers. Raul comes with us. We do after school programs if we're not available for that. So we'll go after school, talk to the kids, and we'll do an after school program. We do virtual events. We do have a community event called Respect the Road that's going to be virtual, and we offer a $10 gift card to the kids to be able to have dinner at home and do the event with us. And we have our scholarship program where we pay for the behind the wheel driving school for them. We customize all of our program. If we don't have it on our list, then we'll create it for you to make sure that it fits anything and anything that you want for your teams, for your community, to make sure that we get the message out there. And so we cover it all. And then we are also advocating everywhere. If you want to go to the next slide, Lily's going to talk about all the bills and everything we've helped pass recently.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I never thought I would learn so much about politics and about how to pass a bill. So many bills. Assembly Member Vince Fong, AB 3, AB 2000, which would take your license away, but it got pushed to 2025. So now there's AB 74 that is going to push it, so it comes back to 2024. Senate Bill 1472, Ryan's Law, which were actually any repeat offender. So let's say you go do something you're not supposed to be doing, you go street race, you go to a takeover, you get a ticket, but you do it again and you kill someone, then you will be felony manslaughter. It's kind of like the Watson statement for DUI. So many bills that are actually also coming, like speed cameras. So we support all of that with advocates. We also help victims. And I did that because what happened to me, I had no one to help me. I had no one to guide me when I went to court. I didn't know what the heck was going on, and I got totally didn't even know what my rights were. So one of the things when I know there's a victim and they're grieving is to be there for them, to go to court with them, to support them, to just hold their hand sometimes. Some of them don't even speak English. So here I am, if they have an interpreter, I am talking to the district attorney. We do that because we know what they're going through like we did. Now we know, and we learn the hard way. We know and learn the hard way so we can guide them in the process.
Our other program, if you go to the next slide, please. Our other program is the Reckless Driving Intervention Program. This is actually mandated through the court. Lily and I literally went door knocking to every judge, attorney, DA, district attorney, everybody, and saying we have this program. So now we're on a few courts here, and they send them to us. When someone gets convicted of reckless driving, they have to do a diversion program. And that diversion program is talking to us. We have a program every Monday night, and they get to hear my story, Lily's story, Raul's story, another person that we have on the call is CHP, and then we also offer them an alternative. We take them to the track. So this is one of the other programs that we have. If you go to the next slide. Battles Respect the Road Scholarship. We kind of already talked about this, so we can pass this up, but this is our summit that's coming up in October, Teen Traffic Safety Week. We would love all the teens to attend and parents. We teach both teens and parents about teen traffic safety. And then we have the Vows Respect the Road Scholarship, as we are making sure we mentor our next generation of safe drivers. And we'll pay for the Behind the Wheel Driving School and by AAA. Yeah, AAA as our sponsor. We are nationwide, and they will be also giving the kids roadside assistance for a year in regards to the scholarship. You go to the next slide. This is the fun one. Okay, so this is the fun one. So no more tears. Let me talk about the fun stuff. So we do take the kids to the track. We have partnered with Irwindale. And so this is some of the videos of us going to the track. We partner with LASD Motorsports. They're sheriffs that race the kids on the track on their black and white. They play a bad boy song while they're racing. Detective Arms doesn't mess around. He's been building cars since he was 15. So he does take it serious when he races at the track. So it's really a good time. When you're going to get to race a cop and not get a ticket. So I challenge all of you here, council members, if you ever like to go out, be more than willing to come with us to the track. There's a burnout box there also where kids can do donuts at the burnout box and not in our streets and, put people's lives at risk, their own, and also mess up our streets. And so that's one of the other things that we have. If you go to the next slide. I want to say thank you to the City of Commerce from Lily and myself.
Thank you so much. It's the event that we did here, and just thank you. It's just an amazing success. So thank you for having us. So I want to make sure that you guys can change the future of all these crashes. Everybody that's here today, especially the young minds.
I ask and I share my story with everybody. Don't be a role. Don't lose 22 years of your life because you want to be cool, because your friends are doing it, because you think I'll get more social media or I'll get more followers. It's not worth it.
You don't get many lives like in a video game. You got one. The feeling of hurting somebody else, like I said, God forbid, you kill somebody on the street because you're racing, you're going to carry that for the rest of your life.
please don't put yourselves in those situations. There's so many family members that I have met that have lost their lives because their kids went to a takeover and they got ran over. They were supposed to be home, but their parents not being killed at a takeover.
I'm here to tell all of you, when you get into a car, if you decide to speed or if you're drinking, that could have serious, serious ramifications. You can end up seriously injuring somebody or hurting somebody or killing somebody. And you can never take that back.
It's about getting as many teenagers that we can that are just driving or not driving yet, so we can educate them, mentor them about the dangers of illegal street racing and just reckless driving.
I truly believe that the more times that we can talk about these impactful experiences, we can bring awareness to not just speeding or street racing or takeovers, but we can bring awareness to the pain that these things cause and the type of injuries and fatalities that come about. Nobody wins in these scenarios. Everybody loses. It's all pain all around.
Take some of this information. I think it'll be impactful. I think it'll help you share that with others, some of your colleagues out there. But more importantly, I just wanted to say thank you all for being here.
I hope that everybody learned a lot about the dangers of reckless driving, and I'm really proud to be here today.
So be mindful every time you get in your car. Put that seatbelt on every time. Love yourself, love your community. Take care of each other, because that's what it's going to take to stop this problem.
I see a bright, beautiful future from all of you. I see hope. And I see love. Because only love and death can change all things. And I want love to change your life forever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you. Wow, that was a very impactful presentation, and hopefully from this, let us know how we can help to continue to promote the work you're doing, and we'll be more than glad to help and assist with anything available to us. And Jonathan, again, thank you also with the District Attorney's Office, because you provide different perspectives. You know, the victims on one end, somebody that was on the other side of it, Raul, and then of course you have the DA's office. But thank you, Raul. Your comments really do. I think you're right about your comments about saving lives. You can do a lot in terms of your future, not the past, but the future. And I'm really glad to see you're making it. Are there any comments?
I'd like to say thank you for the presentation. It was wonderful, and I'm sorry for your loss. I just want to thank you for creating awareness.
Yeah, something that was tragic, you guys had turned it around and decided to hit the streets, right? To, as fast as you can, to continue to make a difference in people's lives. So I honor you for that, and I am so sorry for the loss that you guys had.
I would like to say thank you. That while the why of why this was created is something, as a single mom myself, that is unimaginable, that you took that pain and you did something to honor the legacy of the lives of your two family members. So I don't even know if thank you is enough of a word. It's so incredible to see. This is an organization of its own kind. I've never seen something like this. And what you're starting, I could see it as like the little match that's gonna keep turning on other little matches, and that I know that already has saved many lives and will continue to save lives. So thank you for what you both are doing, I think, we're a little biased because, we have a representative from our own city. So I know for the mayor, it's a different type of pride, right? But to me, as a Latina in this community, Lori, to see that you represent us in something so incredible that you're doing is just so amazing. So thank you again for doing what you're doing. And I'm going to have a little fangirl moment right now and thank Mr. Hatami for all the work that you're doing. I seen you in some documentaries, and I remember in the last documentary, unfortunately with little Gabriel, that I always thought to myself, gosh, if I ever met him, I would want to say thank you. The work that you do for victims and for the memory of for the victims' families and for the memory of these victims is just amazing. You're relentless. And while the laws in California currently are not working in the favor of our victims, you don't give up. And the work that you do, I see, obviously, right, it's on a documentary, but I can see that you really, really have a passion for what you do and you care for the work that you're doing and for the people that it has impacted. So this is my fangirl moment, and I want to say thank you. So thank you all to your friend that just came to speak as well. Thank you for sharing your story. And I think that sometimes for teenagers, when a story is relatable, they listen. So thank you for taking your story to change the course of another teenager's life. So thank you for that too. Thank you again.
I think my colleague said it very well, but Lily, Lori, Raul, thank you for sharing your stories and honoring the memory of Bethany and Val and living for them and just doing the positive and great work to raise awareness, right, about the dangers of reckless driving and street racing in our communities. So thank you for your partnership with our city and working to educate our youth, and thank you for doing everything that you're doing from boots on the ground in cities to Sacramento where you're supporting legislation. So it's a great thing that you guys are doing, and you're really building a legacy. So thank you for everything. And Assistant City Manager, I actually do have a request now that we're talking about street racing. So the city of Pico Rivera recently passed a strong street racing ordinance a couple of months ago, and I think it would behoove the city council to get a presentation on that, just to see if there's anything that we could potentially leverage or enact in our city to keep our community safe. The mayor mentioned several incidents at the beginning of this item, and I think it's something that would be worthwhile to look at. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, council member. If you don't mind agendizing that for a future meeting, I believe the request has already been made, and I think you were looking into it. So, see if you can get it agendized for our next meeting. Thank you. Appreciate your comments, yeah. And if you don't mind, I would like to ask you to please come up. I'd like to get a picture with the rest of the council, if you all don't mind. Thank you. So that guy is terrible. But anyways, you sit down. All right. Again, that was a great presentation on a very important subject. And we're going to move forward. Now we are going to item number 3, which is a presentation on our 2023 summer reading program, Read Around the World. And I believe Sonia will be leading that presentation. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Director Sonia Bautista, Director of Library Services. I'm here tonight to share with you our highlights of this year's annual summer reading program, which concluded this past Friday, August 4th. This year, a program that lasted 6 weeks, and the theme was Read Around the World, a summer reading adventure, which allowed patrons of all ages to travel. Each participant received passports with activities and challenges that they had to complete. Children learned about 5 different countries from China, Egypt, France, Mexico, and the US. And each week we highlighted a country with different activities, music from the country, performances, and a gallery like a museum type that we had here at the library. As children completed each reading level, they would receive a souvenir bag. And if you notice, you have there a sample of each. So you can go ahead and check that out. As children completed, I'm happy to share that 633 registered participants participated this year, which is more than double from last year. Between June 12 and August 4th, the library offered a total of 93 programs at our libraries, with a total attendance of 1,403. And among some of these programs were the Chinese lion dance, the ballet folklorico, Hawaiian dancers, a charcuterie 101 class, Frida Kahlo presentation, an African drum circle presentation, a Bubble Mania show. And we also visited 3 local sites around Commerce to also highlight our city businesses. Last week, we concluded all of our programs with 3 celebrations, one for each age group, with the youth, the teens, and adults. And during each celebration, we were happy to raffle off 40 Dodger tickets for an upcoming game in September, which were graciously donated by our Commerce Casino. And I take this opportunity to thank them for their continued support of this program. In addition to the summer reading program, we also received a grant from the California State Library, which allowed us to support free lunch program at the parks and the library. We visited each lunch site 4 times each, and through the grant, we offered balloon twister presentations. We gave away free books. We also gave away free take-home activities. We had a bug exhibit, a traveling aquarium, and a program about the science behind bubbles. We offered 12 programs with that grant, and we had a total attendance of 436. Now, I would like to conclude my presentation by showing you just the highlights of some of what happened during the summer. So we have a video. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Sonia, thank you. Great presentation, and I know each of us have had probably an opportunity to attend some of those events, and they were great. We really appreciate all the great work you've done with the program, and it just seems like you know, everybody's just really getting back to a sense of normalcy here in our city, specifically more related to the library. So thank you for all the great work you guys are doing over there. We really appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, and we have item number 3, which is a commendation honoring Mary Gibson for her volunteerism and contributions in community involvement here in the City of Commerce. I request this item be put on the agenda. I got word that Mary Gibson would be leaving our city. Somebody sent me a message about it saying, hey, could we recognize her? And I go, oh my gosh, I didn't realize she was leaving. So having gotten word, I also didn't realize that Mary Gibson actually is appointed by our vice mayor. She's one of our commissioners, and so, you know, he was a little bit confused himself, like, hey, what's going on? You know, this item's on the agenda, and But I explained to him that I had gotten a message, and not realizing it, I requested the item be put on the agenda. But most of you have known Mary for many, many years. She's been a volunteer for forever here in our city, volunteering with our various programs. But let me go ahead and just read the commendation, and it'll probably highlight and cover a lot of the work that she's done here in our city. But she's basically been at home now. It's getting a little difficult for her. She's up in age, a young 92 years old, you know. And, you know, she's having a couple of health issues, and a little difficult for her to get around. And that's why she's not here in the audience today. We had tried to reach out to her, and there was no response. So I actually went out and visited her, and thank goodness I kept knocking on the door because they weren't coming to the door. And they opened up, and we chatted, and I met her sister, Barbara, from Arizona. And we were talking, just, you know, kind of catching up on how things are going. And I explained to her what we were going to be doing, and she just indicated that, thank you. She really appreciated it, and indicated that, but I can't be there because it's difficult for her to get around. So anyways, I'll go ahead and read the commendation, and then I'll allow the others to make comments. The City of Commerce commendation of the City Council of the City of Commerce honoring Mary Gibson for her volunteerism and community involvement. Whereas Mary Gibson, a Commerce resident since 1984, has continually shown her deep love and dedication to the community, and her contributions have played a pivotal role in the ongoing success of various programs and organizations within the City of Commerce and our neighboring communities. And whereas Mary Gibson, throughout her remarkable journey, has exemplified outstanding leadership and dedication, serving as an esteemed Senior Citizens Commissioner, earning the well-deserved Woman of Distinction accolade from Assemblyman Ricardo Lara of the 50th Assembly District in 2011, and was recognized for her tireless efforts by the Los Angeles County Commission on Aging with esteemed Older American Recognition Award in 2010. And whereas Mary Gibson's impact on the community is immeasurable, as evidenced by her selfless contributions of over 2,000 volunteer hours as a highly trained member of the esteemed Commerce Community Assistance Team, or COMCATS, which was better known by all of us. Mary's presence at seniors events, where she enthusiastically organized senior trips and events, actively participates in neighborhood watch meetings, and passionately engages in annual city events such as National Night Out, has earned her endearing title of Queen of the COMCATS among her peers. And whereas Mary Gibson's devotion and hard work have left an indelible mark on our city, as she has generously given her time and talents to support critical initiatives, including the city's food distribution program and Kaiser Hospital's hospice program, alongside her invaluable contributions to numerous city commissions and committees. And now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Commerce hereby honors and recognizes Mary Gibson as a beacon of volunteerism and an inspiration to all. Mary's unwavering dedication has undoubtedly made Commerce a safer, more vibrant, and better place to live and work, setting a shining example of community service for generations to come. Signed this 8th day of August 2023, Hugo Argumedo, Mayor, and of course it's also has everybody, all of the council's names just below it as well. And so this will be presented to her. I've indicated to her that we'll deliver it tomorrow, of course. Thank you. And also, in addition, we have a commendation from Congressman Robert Garcia's office as well. Unfortunately, his representative, Jancito Peraza, could not be here today, so he asked me to make the presentation. He's his, I guess his new title is, what is it? I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember his new title. Community, I'm trying to remember his new title. What is it? No, it's actually community. Gosh, I'm really sorry about forgetting his title, but I'll hopefully remember it. But let me go ahead and just read the presentation. But it's from Congressman Robert Garcia. Certificate of recognition presented to Mary Gibson in recognition of your many years of service to the City of Commerce through your volunteerism and community involvement in the community. I thank you for your service to the community as a Senior Citizens Commissioner, Commerce Community Assistance Team, Comcats, and Food Distribution Volunteer. August the 8th, 2023, United States Congressman Dr. Robert Garcia. And he sends his best wishes. Thank you. And I believe Johncito is a director of community development, is what it is. Community development and grants. And that's his new position, so we want to thank him. He couldn't be here today due to prior commitments, and he asked me to present it on behalf of the Congressman. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and allow any comments that if anybody would like to make any comments with regards to that.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, and just thank you, Mary, for your being a volunteer. We appreciate every effort that you put in the City of Commerce. We're going to miss you.
Thank you. Council?
I just want to say thank you. She definitely was a little firecracker, and I could always appreciate her feedback, whether it was, you know, something that I wanted to hear or didn't want to hear. She definitely loves this city, and anytime anybody gives of their time to the city, that's invaluable. Your time is a gift that is priceless. So, and she gave it for many, many years, did everything, and definitely a volunteer that is missed. And I wish her the best with her family as she enjoys her family, and we'll continue to keep her in my prayers. So thank you, Mary, for giving us something that is priceless, which was your time and dedication to the City of Commerce. Thank you.
Regretfully, I don't know Mary, but every story that I've heard about her has been extremely positive and great, and people sing her praises. So if Mary is listening, I do want to thank her for her volunteerism, her service on our commissions, being queen of the Comcats, just basically service to our city. Our city was a better place, or is a better place with her. And by all accounts, she's a commerce treasure. So Mary, if you're listening, thank you so much. We really appreciate you.
Mayor?
Yes, she was my commissioner, and I'll tell that story. And I just want to really thank Anel and Joe for visiting her, for reaching out to me. I'd like to thank the other residents that were concerned about her. I know the mayor and all the council was concerned, and thank you to our mayor for bringing this forward. I remember, I think she was my commissioner maybe 8 years. But I remember I needed a senior commissioner, and I asked her to be my senior commissioner, and her response was like, well, I have 2 questions for you. Number one, I'm not going to be your commissioner for very long, maybe 3 months, 6 months. I'm just going to help you till you find somebody else. Are you okay with that? Yes, I'm okay with that, man. Second, are you part of the good old boys club? And I said, well, who's part of that club? And she pointed at Jorge Rifo and said, that guy. If you're part of his club, I'm not going to be part of I'm not going to be a commissioner. I said, I have nothing to do with him. So then she became my commissioner, but she never left. And she was just an amazing woman. I mean, I know that she'd call me, and I'd run into her at the senior center, and I said, oh my God, Mary's going to come talk to me right now. I know she's upset about something, but she would give me direction. She would kind of like boss me around, and
respectfully, I would do what she asked me to do. And I really think that she was teaching me what things that she's learned. She reminded me of a mother figure, of a grandmother figure, and she would kind of give me direction and push me at times when I would say, well, Mary, I don't think we could, Ivan, go do it. So she gave me the courage to do it. And, you know, she would reach out to me and say, Ivan, I watched the city council meeting. I think you should smile more often. So things like that, you know, it's just like, okay, Mary, whatever. It's like smile. I know she was watching. So her family and herself will be in my prayers. I hope that she gets much stronger. 92 years old. She's lived a beautiful life. And I just want to really thank her for giving so much to our community. There's so many of our elders that bring so much value, and that we're losing that today, that the younger generations need. So I value and I respect my elders, and even if I'm in a position of leadership, I still take direction from my elders. I learned so much from them. So Mary, I wish you the best. And now I am going to have to now choose somebody else to be on a senior commission, so it's going to be open. I've received some inquiries already, but you guys have some big shoes to fill. Thank you, Mary. Good luck.
Wow, thank you all for those great comments. And of course, yeah, I, like everybody else, has enjoyed Mary for so many years. And of course, you're absolutely right about her being very outspoken about various issues here in the city. One of her big passions, of course, was her Comcats, volunteering on that. And basically, it's funny because when I did go visit her, she was having dinner, and her and her sister, and that was the discussion. It centered around crime, and these kids are crazy out there, and all these different things going on, and there's no respect. And I was like, yes, you're right, Mary. And, you know, I just sat and heard her out. But that's still her passion. You know, she's very, very concerned about things going on around the neighborhood, and just different issues related here in the community. But overall, it was a very good conversation with her and her sister, Barbara, and it's my understanding that they'll be taking her to Arizona with her sister, and she seemed like a very nice person, and I'm hoping that she'll be happy. She pointed out to me she's got more family over there. There's more of a support system there for her, and I just thought, you know, it sounds good. It would be great for her to enjoy more time with family and other members over there in Arizona. So again, we thank her. We'll definitely miss her. And just want to say thank you again for all of those years of service here to the City of Commerce. And we'll take this to her tomorrow. Thank you. All right. Public comment. Do we have any public comment? Nothing? All right. Great. So we'll move to the consent calendar, and we have items 5 through 10. Is anybody wishing to pull any items? If not, a motion would be in order to approve the consent calendar items.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 8, just for a quick question.
Me too.
All right, any others? If there's no others, a motion would be in order to approve the remaining items.
Mayor, if there are no other items to pull, I would like to move to approve items 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10.
We have motion. Is there a second? We have motion and a second. If there's no opposition, we'll go ahead and approve those items. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that motion is approved. All right, item number 8.
Too late. No,
Oh,
it's-
my-
go ahead.
my apologies.
No, I just wanted to clarify number 10, we're just approving the technology only, right? On item number 10. I'm just, okay.
Yeah, you want to pull the item?
Sure,
Would you like to pull the item?
sure, I'll pull that in.
All right, so just guide me through this. We just passed the motion, and I'd like to go ahead and pull that item. Legal counsel, can you direct us on the best way to go ahead and do this?
So long as the record, excuse me, I'm sorry. So long as the record's clear that the majority of the council is okay reconsidering the consent calendar without item number 10, if there's no objections, then if you would just make a motion to reconsider the approval of the consent without items 8 and 10.
Okay, great. Having said that, then if, are you okay with that? Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Sure. So we would have to make a new motion, correct?
Correct, so yes.
All right. So Mayor, I will make a motion to approve items 5, 6, 7, and 9 from the consent calendar.
All right.
Second?
We have motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, we'll move to item number 8. Amendment number 1 to professional services agreement with RJM Design Group, Inc. for incorporation for the design and services for the Pathways for Hope Commerce Connectivity Improvement Project. Gina, please.
Good evening. Do you have a question?
I do. So for me, this item is all well and good. I just had a question about the porous concrete or the decomposed granite that's being proposed for Rosewood Park. So before that design comes before the council, right, can we be given some examples of places that do have this concrete, just so we can see what we would be approving? And not only that, but also the longevity, right, the life.
Okay. Not a problem.
Sure. And I believe, Councilwoman, did you have
I
a question?
do. I just have a quick question. As it relates to the murals and the artwork, is this just to approve that it's going to happen? Have we approved the design yet? Because I know this
No.
is for the design, but
There is no design yet.
okay.
That will come later for your approval.
Okay, that's all I wanted to
Yes.
make sure. Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Not a problem.
And that will be coming to, who will that be coming to for review and approval?
Well, it's at the council's discretion whether it should be the full council or whether I should bring it first to the beautification committee, or is it now the Arts and Public Places Commission
All
or
right,
committee?
can you bring it before both and then bring it to the,
First
to the
the-
council? Yeah.
First the committee, then the council?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, if you don't mind, since we have established them and we want to definitely provide them the opportunity to, provide some input and then bring it to the full council for final review and approval. All right, thank you.
So if no other questions, Mayor, I would move to approve item number 8.
Great. You have a question on number 8?
Sorry,
yes?
I'm a little off today. I just have a really quick question on number 8, item 8. We awarded $5 million and approved $399. Now we're asking to an additional $80,000.
The $80,000 is reimbursable by Caltrans for the grant. So the total project cost, though, is approximately $5 million, and the $80,000, which is a requirement of Caltrans, is essentially going to reimburse that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Thanks for
for
that.
asking that question. Quick follow-up to that. I'm glad you asked the question. How is Caltrans? Because, I mean, we can't get them to do any of our on-ramps, off-ramps. What is the issue with them in terms of work? And here we are providing, another $80,000. Are they going to be able to make sure that that gets done on time and all that? Or how's that going to be?
Caltrans is an agency that has their own challenges that we continue to work with. And they are working with us on this project. We are working very closely with our consultant, Hirsch, consultants and Caltrans. They've actually been responsive. And so we're working with them with Hirsch, and we're working with them with RJM.
All right.
So we've got
If you don't mind, yeah, just making sure you touch bases with them related to delays that we've experienced, and we're hoping that it's on time and on budget. Okay, thank you. If there's no additional comments or questions, I believe we had a motion on the floor, and we need a second. We have a second. Is there any objections? Everybody in favor here? Yes. All right. All in favor? All right, with no objections, the item number 8 is approved. All right, item number 10, zero emission bus rollout and implementation plan for City of Commerce's fixed route transit system.
Good evening, Council.
Hello.
Any
I
questions?
just wanted to clarify, we are just approving the technology for this item. Is that correct?
Correct. The rollout plan is basically a roadmap to the state that all transit agencies have to report as to how we're going to get to meeting full 100% electric bus purchases by the year 2040.
That's my only question. Thank you.
Any
Mr.
other
Mayor,
questions?
if I could.
Yes, Councilwoman?
Just while you're up there, I want to say thank you. This is amazing. I remember way back when talking about the idea of zero emission fleets, and just to see everything like just come to fruition, a little bit at a time. So thank you for this. Thank you for the time that you've put in to make sure that the grants are there, that we're doing our due diligence. I know that it's not easy. Grant writing is not easy. So
No,
thank
it's
you
not.
so much. We really do appreciate everything that we're doing to get us to zero emission. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no additional questions, a motion would be in order to approve item number 10.
So move.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. Any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you all. And now we'll move to scheduled matters, and we'll start with item number 11, presentation from our Sheriff's Department regarding public safety in the City of Commerce. Sergeant Hernandez, it's all yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Sergeant Duarte.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, sir. So, good evening, everyone. I will have updated. I know it's been a while since I've provided a presentation report regarding public safety. So, I'm going to start from January 1st through July 31st. As you could see, for the month of July, Commerce had 10 aggravated assaults, 3 robberies, 9 burglaries, a total of 26 thefts, auto thefts 15, and we didn't have any arsons. In comparison to the city surrounding us, you will find it's July 1st through the 31st. Commerce had 10, Cudahy had 2 assaults, Maywood had 4, and East LA had 19. Robberies, Commerce had 3, Cudahy had 2, Maywood had 3, East LA had 10. Burglaries, Commerce had 9, Cudahy had 5, Maywood had 1, and East LA had 14. Other thefts, Commerce had 26, Cudahy had 7, Maywood had 8, and East LA had 31. Auto thefts, Commerce had 15, Cudahy had 8, Maywood had 8, and East LA had 50. Arsons, Commerce didn't have any, Cudahy had none, Maywood had 2, and East LA had 2. Commerce arrests. In July, Commerce had 45 misdemeanor arrests and 29 felony arrests. Okay, so I know I didn't get to do a presentation for 4th of July. There was no major incidents to report due to fireworks causing fires and or property damage. Thank you for the city for having us on the 4th of July celebration. And the next presentation is going to be regarding our homeless cleanup throughout the city with Ocean Blue, along with Ed Salcido, Ralph Riberos, and the Commerce SAO team conducted a homeless cleanup at the following locations. RVs on South Curve of Noak Street and Bonnie Beach Place in the City of Commerce, 5700 Union Pacific Avenue, 4400 Telegraph Road, Comstock Property, Randolph Street, cross of Eastern Avenue, cross of the 710 Freeway, Davie Avenue, cross of Flotilla Street, 5560 Ferguson Drive, gauge with the cross of Slauson. So the first picture that you see is the railroad tracks, which is a BNSF property. BNSF does assist with cleanups at times, but sometimes it takes a little bit longer. So we try to address it as soon as it comes. The first two pictures on my right is the same individual that is on my left, the far left side, the same individual on the lower left. So it's the same individual, just moves different places. So wanted to provide that picture there. If we go to the next slide. So this is the property next to X Spot, which was just fenced off by Cal Water, Mr. James Crawford. Someone decided to set up camp inside the location. We went there, removed them. He handled the cleanup. We just handled removing the individual off the property. The next one is on Ferguson. Most likely you guys all saw it. It's a regular individual. He built himself a little house. Inside was a couch, a chair, some tires, some wood pallets. So that was cleaned out. On the next slide. This one's going to be on Union Pacific, which continues to be an issue for us. And we have reached out to BNSF to see if they will allow the property to the north to build a K-rail or a fence to prevent individuals from setting up encampments at the location. As you could see on the second picture to my left, that individual is the same individual that was at Ferguson. It was previously at Union Pacific. The third picture on the upper right-hand side is Caltrans did a cleanup of Slauson and Telegraph, the freeway underpass. Unfortunately, they did not coordinate accordingly, so they removed individuals from the underpass. Where do these individuals go? To the street. So I got a call. There was property on Slauson from under the freeway pass to the hotel, blocking the sidewalk. I contacted the individual. I told him, unfortunately, you can't be blocking the sidewalk. You need to remove your property from here. You have a certain amount of time. He removed his property and took it with him. So the bottom picture shows he left the sidewalk clean. He took everything. The picture on the top, it's a tent and a shopping cart. This individual was on Triggs. It's a furniture store. They don't use that entrance door. So this individual decided it's too hot. I need shade. I need somewhere to camp. Advised her she can't be. It's private property. She said, I'm going to go to the park. I advised her she's welcome to go to the park if it's too hot, but at night the park closes, so she needs to remove herself from the park. Next slide. So the next slide has been an issue. The last time it got cleaned up was by BNSF and ourselves. It's the 710 freeway in Eastern, and it's literally you have to drive in all the way to get to the 710 freeway. As you could see on the picture on the right, on my right top, there's a house built there that has an AC. You're wondering, how is this person getting air conditioning services to work? Well, there is a billboard sign that's in that location. They go into it, manipulate the billboard electricity box, and they steal electricity from it. I spoke to the billboard person. He said, it's a regular issue. I just come and fix it and go on my way. I say, well, you've came here a few times and it continues to be an issue. What are we going to do? Because I'm not going to touch that box because I don't know what they did with the electricity. Last thing I want is I fry myself because I'm touching the electricity that they did. So this person said, I'll reach out and find out what else we could do. Maybe we can move the box higher up so it's not so low. That was a big one. Next to that one, you'll see where the graffiti is. Well, that's the cleaned one, because now you can see the graffiti. But if you look to the top left-hand side, that's about 4 additional tents there. One of those had a dog, so obviously we have to be concerned about the dog being let loose to attack us, because obviously we're not their friends. They would run across the railroad tracks to the Maywood side, because here we come, they see our patrol coming through, so they take off. But are they committing a crime? They're trespassing on railroad track. It's a misdemeanor. Am I going to go and chase them into the other city for this crime? I'm not. I have to make sure that I know what I'm going to do if I'm going to go chase them for something like that. You will see the picture at the bottom is Union Pacific as well. So Union Pacific is one of the biggest issues we have and continue to have. And it's the same individuals. As I'm standing here this morning, we cleaned out Union Pacific. Right before I stepped into council chambers, I was advised that the individual was setting up their tent again at the location. So it's a revolving circle. We offer them services. Most of them do not want our services. That's why I bring out Ed with us, so he could make calls. We give them an information sheet. They don't want the services. We're at a point where how much do we do and how much do we relocate them and where do they go? Next slide. So the next slide you will see, so Telegraph and Slauson had been cleaned up by Caltrans. They had not cleaned up one area because it was in Caltrans property. It was Edison's property. So Ed worked on it and got approval so we could clean it up. So as you see, that's going to be the middle picture in the top row. So we were able to clean it up. And the picture on my left is the picture of all the items being removed. Most of you, if you guys are Commerce residents, you guys probably have met this individual or seen him sitting out soaking sun on Randolph and Eastern. We've offered him many services. He says the only way he's going to leave that area is until he dies. Unfortunately, there's not much that I'm able to do or assist him because he doesn't want the help. So that day, he said it was very hot, and it was. I won't deny it. I was sweating, and he said it's too hot to clean. Go ahead and take all my belongings. So at a point, I have to decide what does he really, his important items, valuables are to him that he's going to take. So we gave him the opportunity. He took a shopping cart, everything else. He was like, go ahead and take. The bottom picture is where the makeshift shed with the air conditioning was. Obviously, it's already gone. It's already clean. So I have made a list of all these locations. Why? To make sure that we have deputies patrol them and address them immediately so we don't have issues arise. Unfortunately, I feel that we need to do more about how we need to address the problem because it's a revolving circle. We relocate and they go to a different place. And it's the same individuals that we're contacting, just different areas. Okay, next slide. So first of all, I want to say thank you to everyone for joining us for National Night Out, August 1st, and thank you for everyone that made it possible. Parks and Rec and every single department that participated and assisted us in making it a success. I want to say thank you. Have a few pictures of National Night Out and a few of the people that participated, the Mountain Detail, Arrow, Special Enforcement Bureau. We had McGruff out there. We had the Narcotics K-9. We had Explorers out there, and we have the Commerce SAO team out there. Next slide. And that concludes my report. Oh, 1 second, that does not include my report. Okay, so there was, since I didn't get to, I mentioned before, didn't get to do a July presentation. On July 2nd, after we had our 4th of July celebration, we had a carjacking. I will like to report that that carjacking suspect was arrested and the victim's vehicle was recovered and the suspect is in custody. Okay. There was a fatal traffic collision on Atlantic Boulevard where a female adult driver was speeding in the number 1 lane, and as she attempted to transition into the number 2 lane, her vehicle collided with another vehicle. The collision caused her vehicle to overturn and catch on fire after it collided into a light pole. The LA County Fire Department Engine Company 27 responded and unfortunately pronounced the driver of the vehicle and her male passenger deceased. The other driver of the vehicle did not sustain any injuries and not exhibit or present any signs of being under the influence. At this time, it is unknown if the deceased was driving under the influence, as is an ongoing investigation with traffic services detail. So that's as much information as I have at this moment. We had another incident on Gage and Cool at the shopping center where New Donuts is located, where an elderly man was assaulted by a suspect who began punching and kicking the victim. The suspect grabbed a chair from the business and struck the victim in the lower legs and exited the business and left on foot. The victim was treated by paramedics on the scene and was transported to the hospital for further evaluations. The deputies looked for the suspect, however, was not able to be located. At this time, this individual has not been identified. Another major incident that Commerce had was regarding deputies responded to a call of service regarding a person who pointed a firearm at another individual. During the detention of this individual, a search warrant to his residence was completed. During the search warrant of his residence and vehicle, a handgun was not recovered, but the handgun was not located an extended 9mm gun magazine and 9mm ammunition. The handgun was not located. The suspect was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. Okay, I think that concludes my report if you guys have any questions.
Is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quick, I kind of wanted an update on, I know we talked about certain intersections where I would like to see more traffic detail. So we could, you don't have to do it now, but if I can get maybe an email, because they still haven't seen the traffic details in those intersections, but we could talk about it.
Okay.
And with that, just say thank you for National Night Out. I know that you played a big role into a lot of the services that were here for National Night Out, especially that chopper. So thank you again for all the work that you did there. Thank you for all the work that you do to keep our community safe. Yeah, just thank you.
Thank you.
We really appreciate you, Sarge.
Thank you.
Yeah, so
Vice
thank
Mayor.
you for National Night Out. It was an amazing event. I'm glad that we now have it centralized there where we can all see each other versus jumping around to different areas visiting. I have a question about, I mean, there's sometimes crime committed at night and we look at our cameras, we see the cars pass through. Who has access to the cameras that's like on the light signals, like down Washington Boulevard, the Telegraph?
So the light signals, do you mean the red camera lights?
There's some cameras that are not the actual ones that take pictures. There's actual cameras on them.
I don't know if they have any cameras that are actually functioning or working. There is the red light cameras, but those are just for red light camera.
Actually, I think these are called, people refer to them as traffic cameras. They're a smaller camera. I can identify a couple and then I can take a picture and show it to you.
Yeah, no, if you do that, then I could figure out if they're owned by us or is it a city property? And it's someone supposed to be overseeing those cameras.
Okay.
Mm.
All right.
I have a question, sir.
Yeah.
Just really quick, can you explain to me the process of when you approach the homeless encampments? What are the steps that you do and why do they keep coming back? And can you just, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so the first, we either get a complaint or we see the homeless encampment ourselves. So first contact, I'll make contact, I'll ask them for their name, the date of birth. First thing is to check them for any wants or warrants. Because obviously sometimes they have warrants and they haven't checked in, so I check them for that. When Ed goes out, I tell him, hey, I contacted this person, we need to go out there. He'll offer them, he has a sheet, I don't have the sheet with me, which has shelter information, social security, how to get a ID, a social services phone number, some mental health evaluation. It's a sheet with all information numbers. If they request to say, hey, I want shelter, Ed will get on the phone with Salvation Army, the Bell Shelter, and actually talk to the MIBEA, the person in charge there, and get us a bed at that time. If that person, we've only had one time where a person said, I want to go, then we will drive them. That would be us, the LA, the Commerce SAO team, will drive them to the location so they could do their intake process. If they say, no, I don't want anything, I don't want any services, just leave me alone, what we do is there's a form that says this is a public roadway, you can't be here, we'll be back on this amount of days, this time, you need to be removed from here, otherwise we're going to remove you. So at that point, we give them until then, we reach out to Ocean Blue, who comes out, it's a contract, they come out, they help us do the cleaning of the homeless encampment.
How often does our staff go out there, social services?
Oh, every single time he comes out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for the National Night Out. You did a wonderful job. Thank you.
Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. Sergeant, thank you for the presentation. Also, thank you and the rest of the department just for your partnership in National Night Out and our Independence Day celebration, just being out there. I did have a question. So first off, thank you and Ed and Ralph for working to clean up the homeless encampments. As it relates to like Union Pacific Property and BNSF, don't those agencies or those companies have their own police force, or
They do have their own police force. Unfortunately, their response time is not as rapid as we would like it to be.
Okay.
So if we report something, it could take 3 to 6 months before they actually address it.
Is there anything that we can do as a city to maybe strengthen that relationship or ring the alarm? My concern is this. Typically Commerce gets a ripple effect of what's happening in surrounding communities like East LA and even Los Angeles, right? So the increased homelessness here is a result of just the housing crisis in California, right? There's a lot of homeless in LA, but as we think about, a few years from now, Los Angeles is going to have the Olympics, and this is conjecture and speculation, but I have to imagine that there's probably going to be a cleanup effort, right, to remove the homeless people from certain areas of Los Angeles. And I ask myself, where are they going to go? And I feel they're going to go into surrounding communities, right? So how can we prepare ourselves, right, for that influx? And I don't know if there's partnerships or conversations that we need to have with BNSF and Union Pacific, because we have so many rail spurs and a lot of encampments seem to happen in those areas. Is there anything that we can do to get them to react faster?
I could say that BNSF does have now a partnership. It's Mr. Jimenez. He's been in contact with Ed Salcido and our assistant manager. He's been very responsive to the locations we sent out. So we did send him a few other locations that are actually deep inside the rail spurs that takes more than normally us to get out there. So they will address, but it's just, I think they have so many that it's not just Commerce. It's a lot of other cities as well.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm getting at is I also don't want to drain our resources, right, to to address this. So just anything we can do there, I think we're all open to ideas. But that's a concern that I have. So I know we talked a lot about homeless, and we also talked about some of the crime statistics. And if an assistant city manager, maybe a question for you. I know there's been a suite of public safety improvements that we've been talking about for several months, right? And I know we've been preparing to kind of present that to the city council, whether it's been like to implement piecemeal or maybe as a whole. Is there an update on when we're going to start to see some of those items for implementation?
So the next update you'll receive is in 2 weeks. I'll bring back a couple items for city council discretion and see if you adhere to the recommendations that'll be made. In addition to the city manager and myself just finished interviewing a candidate for the public safety manager. I think that it went well, and we've actually initiated an offer for this candidate. If it's acceptable, then this individual may be on board by early September. So then that individual then will, along with myself, will take on, a bigger role as it relates to some of the items that you mentioned. So then hopefully at that point in time, we'll start to, generate a lot more of those responses that the city council was privy to a few months back.
Great. Thank you, Vilko. And that's all I have, Sergeant. Thank you again for your work and your department's work in keeping our community as safe as possible.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for all your comments, and I echo the same sentiments as the others. Sergeant Duarte, again, my apologies for earlier. We were having a discussion and talking about, the other Pico Rivera, which is where Mr. Hernandez is now, or Sergeant Hernandez, or I believe he's lieutenant now, I think. And that's how that mix-up came about, but I'm really sorry. But anyways, I want to thank you. I really appreciate your detailed report, in particular related to homelessness. You guys have done a great job. I know it's a very complicated and delicate issue to deal with, to address. Very time-consuming. It requires a lot of resources, a lot of processes and procedures related to, getting people to either accept help, or in cases where you need to let them know that they need to move on. You also have to give them notice, and having all of the proper team to be able to address all that. But thank you. It looks like you guys have made some great progress out there. It's just something that I think we just need to continue to work on a regular basis. And as my colleague was referencing, wherever we can work with to strengthen those relationships and see what else we can do, we should pursue that to make sure that we're working on it diligently. That's probably part of what we can do to help clean up some of these areas and prevent them from continuing to be areas where people are going to continue to come and in essence make it a place where they can hang out and that sort of stuff. But it's a difficult issue, and we know that, we recognize it, but at the same time, I think it's an important issue because it also then it becomes a bigger problem for all of us that we have to address and deal with, and all of the other problems that it generates. So we really appreciate all the work that you've done. Appreciate your report on the incidents that we've had here more recently. I know some of these things it's difficult to control. I mean, somebody making a decision to race on the street and the situation becoming something different than what probably they even envisioned. Who would have thought that you'd get in a vehicle and you take off down the street and you start racing, and the next thing you know, your vehicle, basically is involved in an accident, and now you have 2 fatalities. Again, it's as was spoken to earlier. People make bad decisions sometimes. They're a step away from making a bad decision, and sometimes that happens. But again, I really appreciate your report, very detailed, and I think it's very informative for all of us to hear. Thank you again also for all of your contributions to these very, as Council, our Vice Mayor here just indicated, the amazing event. National Night Out was amazing, great event. And thank you to you and your entire team, along with our city staff that really put a lot of time and effort into everybody working together with different vendors, and also made some donations to make things happen. But overall, I think everybody worked extremely well together and put an amazing event together. We thank you for your part and everything you've done. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
All right. What else do we have? This? All right. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to item number 12. Legal counsel, do we need a motion to resume file the presentation, or can we just move on?
Mr. Mayor, are you asking on item number 11?
Item number 11, correct.
Yeah, you could just move on.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to verify that. Yeah, so we'll move on to item number 12, approval of City of Commerce Parks and Recreation Open Space Master Plan Project. Greg, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Greg Alanis, Director of Parks and Recreation. Wow, it's been about 1.5 years since we undergone this Parks Master Plan project, and I'm happy to announce that we're here to provide you all the information that's been gathered through our consultant. So the master plan is a plan for the future, one in which we can start plucking away in terms of doing some projects now, but some projects down the road, 10 to 15 to 20 years down the road. And this was all due in part by the community coming out and participating in various meetings, giving input. But I am going to let our consultant talk a little bit about the process and what transpired. So at this time, I'd like to introduce to you Zachary Muting, Principal Landscape Architect from RJM, and Kristen Chanel, Project Manager from RJM Design.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to come up here and present what has been a little more than a year's worth of work. Greg was stealing my thunder a little bit there, though, saying this was all community-oriented outreach and development. And it is. The success of this master plan is based on the community. All the input that we got from the residents. It is basically the commerce design for the future for Parks and Recreation. That is one of the main points of this master plan. If we can have our presentation pull up there. There we go. What I'm going to go through today is the summary, the culmination of all the research and information that we collected throughout this process, which ultimately yields a Park and Recreation Master Plan, which is a guide or an implementation tool for the management and development of parks and recreation facilities and programs. And more importantly, it's based on local community needs. That's the magic of this entire document. It's not what I think is important. It's not what another neighboring community has done, whether they've done it successfully or not, but it's what you have, what your community sees you have, and what the community is looking for as they go forward into the future. The recommendations that are developed in here are based on local commerce community. In order to complete the process, what we did was we went through 5 stages. The first one is the inventory of existing conditions. We look at everything, and we go through an extensive community engagement process, and we balance those with what we see you have and what the community is looking for. Through that analysis, we develop the needs analysis, what the community, where those gaps are that exist between the inventory and what the community is looking for. That ultimately yields information for the recommendations, and then we pair those with funding and implementation measures. Just about a year of development. You can see we started with a kickoff meeting very early on through this timeline. We went through the background investigations. We went through all the community outreach efforts, the report review period, as well as now the final presentation, which I'm excited to walk through what we've heard, what we've seen, and then what the future holds. Now, there are a number of facilities throughout the city, 5 city parks, public public pool, 4 community recreation centers, a senior center, a teen center, then Camp Commerce and Lake up in Arrowhead. Now, there are, according to the general plan, a goal of 2.5 acres per 1,000 residents. Well, you're exceeding that. You currently have 2.9 acres per 1,000 residents, a total of 35.6 acres, which is something to be proud of. You have a lot of land. The question, though, is we have the right amenities. So as we go through this process, we check in with the community. This is what we have. This is what we see exists. What do you think? One of the measures that we do as we go through this process is we look at the demographics. This is just one lens that we utilize to evaluate whom the community might be as we go through this process. And what we see here is a population of a little more than 12,000 in 2022. We look at the demographics in terms of age range here, and you can see there's a dashed line. If you have perfect 20/20 vision, I actually have to take these out to see it. There's a dashed line on this chart here that shows the average for the county. You actually have a higher youth population, under 19, than the county average. So you have a lot more children in the community. But you have a lower middle-aged population, senior population, than the county average. So you have a little bit of an imbalance than the county average. That's okay. It's not a good or bad thing. It just helps us identify what programs, what recreation facilities or amenities community members might need in terms of this age distribution and breakdown. You can see the largest percentage of the population is from 35 to 64, 38% there. After we do some of our background research, we go through an extensive community engagement process. We look at a statistically valid multimodal survey, stakeholder interviews. We conducted 4 public workshops followed by online surveys, and then had a project website dedicated to this project where people could see what was happening, how to get involved, as well as provide direct feedback at any point in time during the process. As we go through this, I like to look at some of these numbers and where we got information and how we got our outreach efforts out and where we heard the community input from and what tools and what measures were implemented. And when I look at the population of around 12,000, I see that we had over 9,500 direct outreach opportunities where we sent out mailers, we had social media posts, we reached out to the community in mass. Then as we go through some of those elements, you can see here the breakdown. We sent out 3,500 flyers. There were postcards mailed, 6,000. We had 1,500 website views on the project website. We had feedback comments. We conducted 9 stakeholder interviews. We collected 188 surveys. The multimodal survey itself collected over 1,000 resident inputs from families across the community. So we had good feedback when we start to look at these numbers in comparison to the community. Now, all of the community outreach efforts were posted in English and Spanish, so that way there was a large outreach effort to notice the community, whether it's through the postcards, whether it's through flyers at the community center, whether it's through the website. People had access to the information to find out how to get involved. As we collected information, what I like to do is I like to look at the distribution. I understand the demographics, and we look at the demographics in terms of information we collected, but I also like to look at it in terms of the distribution. When we look at the distribution, Commerce has a unique layout. So we look at those land use patterns in relationship to some of the other areas, the commercial areas. And you can see there's 2 distinct neighborhoods, one in the north and one in the south. Now, the participation distribution for the multimodal survey, from the far left image there, you can see all of the blue areas, the dots, those are where we got information from residents. So I got a good distribution pattern there, which means I'm not leaving any segment of the community out. When we did the workshops, we held the workshops in 4 locations. Those 4 separate workshops, you can see, had different distribution patterns within the areas where we actually conducted the workshop. When we add those all together, we get another good distribution pattern on people who attended the workshop in person. I'd like to share some of those results as we go through this of what we heard from the community. When we conducted the statistically valid multimodal survey, we found that 61% of the participants get their parks and recreation programs and services information from the city's website and the internet and social media. This is important because now we know how to start to advertise our programs. If we start to reach out to the community to offer new programs or to boost programs, we can start to see where the community is getting their information from. 74% of the participants said they visit parks at least once a month. This is a high percentage. This tells me that you have a lot of traffic through your parks. And if we have a lot of traffic through our parks, what are we going to need? Maintenance. We're going to have to balance that with some of the maintenance elements. 75% of the participants said that they are satisfied with parks and open space areas and recreation facilities within the city. That's a high number. That's something to be proud of. That's a significant element where I can see as we go through this, what are people looking for, where they might be unsatisfied, where they might be satisfied. This is a high number to be proud of. 53% of the participants participate in recreation programs at least once a month. As we continued through, we collected all the statistically valid information and then started to go out to the community through workshops. Now these workshops, the questions are designed to really identify what people do when they go out and recreate, what they like to do, where they like to recreate, their satisfaction with the recreation facilities, as well as some of their recreation desires. So you can see here that one of the first questions we asked at each workshop through the 4 workshops was, what are the most important community characteristics that make the City of Commerce a great place to live, work, and play? You can see here some of those responses from the workshops include programs, security, parks. Workshop number 2, programs, sports programs, activities. Workshop number 3, performing arts, community itself, the transportation availability here. And workshop number 4, again, programs, the community itself, and sports. You start to hear common threads among these workshops themselves as you go through. Programs comes up quite often. The community really likes the programs that the city offers. Now that I know what the community likes, I can start diving into this a little bit deeper. Another question we asked were, what are issues or trends that might be negatively impacting those important community characteristics that make the city a great place to live, work, and play, and should be considered as part of this master plan? Across those 4 workshops, we start to see commonalities. Safety being something that was a concern among all of the workshop participants. Maintenance elements, concerns about lighting, having enough performing arts, having enough transportation, concerns over homelessness and pollution. These elements start to negatively impact those community characteristics that the community loves. We asked the question of, what role can Parks and Recreation Department play in addressing those issues and supporting the community characteristics that make the city a great place to live, work, and play? And again, there's some commonality here across all of the workshops that we held, the participants. You can see having improved maintenance, having the maintenance elements coming up quite a bit. Security, safety, and security within those park areas came up quite a bit. Lighting, having transportation opportunities, having available parkland, creating actual dance studios, walking trails, open facilities and programs, having staff within the parks and facilities. Those all came up through that first workshop process. We also asked the question, rather directly, what is one recreation program, class, or activity you would like to see most as added or expanded in the City of Commerce? And you can see over the 4 workshops, we heard a number of different elements, and we continue to hear a number of different elements through the process, but we record all of them. These were some of the top elements that we heard, and you can see even here, there's a pattern that starts to emerge. Soccer field is mentioned in 3 of these. Additional soccer programs. There's aquatic elements that are mentioned in multiple, but there are also elements such as exercise, fitness classes, boxing programs, martial arts programs, performing arts, arts and craft, dance programs. These start to form what the community is looking for in additional programs or expanded program elements. As we continued, we asked the community, what is one recreation feature they would like to see added or improved? And again, you see some commonality here throughout the 4 workshops. The teen center, soccer field, gymnasium, that are repeated throughout each one of these. There are also elements such as exercise equipment, walking and bike trails, Veterans Park renovations. So we take this information, we continue to collect it. We also go out to stakeholders. We conducted stakeholders with key community members, officials, as well as community organizers, and we identified informations going through interviews with them of what they would like to see in terms of programs and facilities based on their interaction with the community. You can see here, and it's a small list, I'm gonna have to use my glasses to even read them off my page here. Commonality starts to rise again to the surface of soccer programs, aquatic facilities, having programs for the 30 to 45 year age group, having running programs, having activities and events at parks throughout the entire city infrastructure, having gyms, swimming pool improvements, as well as soccer fields were also mentioned. These commonalities, or common threads as I like to call them, continue to take place throughout the process. So we continue our efforts. Our online project website was dedicated just to this project. We had over 1,500 views on this project website. And you can see here the feedback button. At any point in time, community members could look at this website, see what took place, where outreach opportunities were, what some of the information we heard was, as I presented it here. It's posted online, and then they can click the feedback button if they wanted to share direct information. We take all of that information, and then what we do is we start to look at a heat map or a matrix of where we heard it, how often we heard it, and then how it plays into a prioritization matrix. So what you have here is we have 3 modes: small group stakeholder interviews, a public community workshop process where it's open to anybody, and we have statistically valid surveys. If something came up in each of those modes, it moved up to a frequent category, meaning we heard it often in every one of our outreach modes. If something only came up in 2, it was identified as apparent. And then if we only heard it once, it was listed down at the bottom of the chart here in an identified category. Now what you see there is there's a purple area. This purple area is where we see or have heard something so much that it would be in the community's interest, or what we call the maximum community impact. If we were to start to spend city dollars or prioritization of some of these program needs that the community has addressed to us, this is the area where we'll get the maximum benefit. However, we listen to everything as we go through this process. So you can see on the left-hand side in the document, everything's listed down there. So as you develop programs, you might be able to develop 1 or 2 of the other programs as well, something that might be in line with those programs and their development. So everybody's voice is heard. We go through this, and here's some of the top items that we heard in terms of prioritization, alpha ordered only, for the programs: aquatics programs, arts and crafts, boxing programs for 30 to 45 age individuals, sports programs, yoga and meditation, exercise and fitness, martial arts, soccer programs, increased park hours, and transportation. Now, again, those common threads that came throughout everything are identified here, so we can see what the maximum community impact would be as we develop some of this information. We did that same thing with the facilities. Anytime we heard a facility element, we recorded those, and we identified where they came from and in what mode, whether it's the stakeholder interviews, one of the 4 public community workshops, or the statistically valid multimodal survey. And here they are, alpha ordered: aquatic facilities, gym, a fitness center, open space, green acres, veterans park improvements, walking paths or trails, outdoor exercise equipment, performing arts center, soccer fields, sports equipment facilities, tennis courts, and bike paths. Now, understanding what the community wants is only half the battle. Now we have to pay for it. This is kind of the financial side of it, and it's sometimes the uncomfortable side, because now we got to find the money, and we got to figure out how we're going to do it. So we developed the key strategies and recommendations in order to actually tackle some of these new things that the community is looking for. So working in line with some of the 2016 strategic plan, the community quality of life goals, the guiding principle number 3, to maintain and prioritize improvements to city facilities and infrastructure in accordance with the adopted master planning documents, as well as guiding principle number 4, supporting and evaluating community services, programs, and events that promote healthy and quality lifestyles for our residents. We developed these six strategies. And I want to go through each one of them briefly with some of the information that we've developed in the document that outlines specific improvements. The first key strategy is to provide a high-quality, state-of-the-art parks and recreation system by renovating existing facilities and developing new facilities. Some of these include specific elements within the master plan: our Veterans Memorial Park improvements, facility improvements including Bandini Park, as well as the community center, Bristol Park, as well as that community center, and various restroom improvements throughout the community. Also developing arts and dance studio, performing arts and dance studio improvements. Key strategy number 2 is to focus on supporting and encouraging healthy lifestyles for all. This plays into developing fitness centers or gyms, adding and improving outdoor exercise equipment and fitness stations, having exercise and fitness classes such as yoga and meditation, continuing and expanding the boxing program, martial arts, as well as aquatic facilities and programming. Key strategy number 3 was expand existing sports programs, explore new sports, and plan for maintenance of sports fields and courts. some of those things that we looked at when we did the inventory. We've identified recommendations for turf rehabilitation, sports facility improvement, equipment improvement, as well as sports programs, developing a soccer field as well as soccer programs, and tennis court implementation. Key strategy number 4 was explore opportunities to increase parkland and green spaces. Now again, I want to reiterate that you have exceeded your general plan recommendation of 2.5 acres per thousand. You're at 2.9. However, we can continue to look at areas where we can expand into, such as SCE corridors or vacant properties, where we can start to beautify and increase the green space throughout the community. Key strategy number 5 is encourage multimodal transportation opportunities by providing safe access routes to parks, facilities, and schools. Development-specific items within the master plan include walking paths, bike lanes, and transportation elements such as shuttles, continuing the free shuttle to seniors, but possibly expanding it in that route to include the teen center as well as park facilities. Key strategy 6 is provide diverse recreation programs for all ages and abilities. Specific elements including arts and craft classes or adult programming, specifically such as that 30 to 45-year programs, developing test pilot programs that will also review those marketing strategies that we learned through our multimodal phone survey and where people are getting their information from, utilizing that specific information to market to the community what programs are available. The master plan also outlines very specific maintenance recommendations. As we look through the parks, we had specialists go through each of the facilities and identify turf maintenance elements, shrub and ground cover maintenance elements, pest control, tree care, playground repairs, picnic shelter repairs, and maintenance renovation schedules, as well as sports court lighting maintenance and irrigation maintenance. And the appendices would provide schedules in terms of when to maintain certain things, how to maintain certain things, and checklists. So that way, staff and the staff can go through and start to really look at some of these maintenance elements that we've identified, and the community has identified throughout what they would like to see maintained. Now we come to the funding and implementation element. There are 2 sections here. The funding sources for Parks and Recreation, current and funded capital projects. Now, when we look at funding sources, there are numerous funding sources available. We focus in on a couple of them. However, we like to look at a lot of those outdoor grants as well as federal elements and state elements to where we can get funding sources. As we go through the document, each one of the improvements is tied to funding sources, these mechanisms where you can utilize grants to go out and try and collect money. Now, they are competitive grants. Other elements that we look at are such as general fund elements or looking at increasing the TOT. Now, these are just items that are discussed within the document itself. But if we look at some of these creatively, the TOT, if we look at it in terms of neighboring communities, we see that Commerce is at 12%, Long Beach is at 13%, LA is at 14%, Inglewood's at 15.5%. If the TOT were increased just 1%, it would bring in $175,000 to $200,000 annually. So looking at each of those elements as we go through it can start to help maintain and improve the system, and as well as the options, all the recommendations that we're providing. When we look at them added together here, this is a bit of a summary of all the elements that we've recommended in there. There's 2 parts. There's just over $6 million in current planned park and facility improvements. Then there's $9.4 million in projected unplanned park and recreation master plan facility recommendations. So as we went through it, we looked at what are currently planned for and funded projects, but we also went through and looked at what else do we need to do in terms of architectural evaluations of the buildings, landscape architectural evaluations of the facilities, program evaluations. We looked at all that information and started to identify those elements within our matrices. As we evolved through just the generations of city development, Parks and Recreation really not just has a positive impact on the people's lives, but it's the front door of the community. It is the first thing people see and recreate in when they go outdoors, is the city's front yard, is your community spaces, your green spaces, your Parks and Recreation, your trails programs. When we look at this, I don't really quote national standards quite a bit, but I do look at this one as in 2019, Parks and Recreation agencies across the U.S. generated nearly $218 billion, with a B, economic activity and supported 1.3 million jobs. There's a lot of recreation activity, not just in providing services to the community, but also in providing jobs, providing resources, providing programs and events to where businesses start to benefit from that. There's a synergistic relationship in parks and recreation, business, and community development. I really appreciate your time, and I hope I was brief enough, but trying to fit a year's worth of work into a small presentation is rather challenging. I could go on all night. This was a fun process to go through. It was exciting to meet the members of the community when we did the live in-person workshops. There were a lot of smiles, and there were a lot of people who were really happy with what the city was doing with this Park and Recreation Master Plan, listening to them, and they brought their A game. They brought their ideas, and they shared them with us, and it was a pleasure to see and hear, and it was a pleasure to present tonight. Thank you. Any questions?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That was a great presentation and one that we had been waiting for. I think it was interesting from, the different meetings that were held at the different parks. I think I saw some of my colleagues at some of them as well. So we were anxious to see what the results would be. But this was a great presentation, a lot of good information, and I think we'll definitely, I saw our director of Parks and Recreation over there. I saw him paying a lot of attention to certain things over there. I seem to see him stand up, get perked up, and looking at things. In particular, when you talked about, how the outreach effort and where people are getting the information, I kind of saw him kind of perk up and look and I think we're utilizing some of this already, but always there's things that we can do better, improve upon, and we're looking forward to seeing what we do with some of the information that has been presented. But let me ask our colleagues here, see if there's any comments or questions that they may have. Councilmember Rebollo?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for the extensive presentation. We were anxiously waiting to hear the results, so this is awesome to hear. And I think also it's been nice to see that a lot of the feedback is already stuff that we're doing. And I know that a lot of this took place right before we fully opened up. So a lot of the things that, a lot of the feedback is because we weren't doing it at the time. So it's really nice to see that we're back in business. So a lot of that is already happening. But it's really great to see the things that we can do better in. And so I really appreciate the community's feedback and them coming out to give us for that feedback. Quick question: when you talked about that you reached out to stakeholders, are you referring to just the community as a whole, or what did you mean by that?
So stakeholders were selected by staff, and that included some elected individuals, included community leaders and organizers throughout the community. It was a discussion topic of who might be have their ears to the community, who might be working with certain groups. So those individuals would have kind of a view on what the community is looking for.
Did you say elected officials?
That was one of the topics, one of the categories that we discussed when we went through that. I don't really share the names specifically in the report because.
But there was an elected official that would.
I would have to verify that.
Yeah, because I don't remember. I wasn't questioned. I don't know if anybody on here filled anything out. So that's why I was wondering, because you talked about elected officials, but I don't think any of us.
No, I'd have to. I don't mean any of you. Sorry, but it was one of the topics when we presented with. We're asking for a list of stakeholders. That's one of the topics I asked for. I asked staff who do we want to interview? Who are the community organizers? Who do we need to talk to?
Okay.
I do keep it just in that general category. I don't identify them by name specifically because we do keep it confidential because they are community leaders in the group, and I don't want to put a spotlight on any one individual. It's more about the multimodal phone surveys and all the community outreach efforts. The stakeholders is just a piece of it.
Okay. And then my second question is, the grants that you are, the list of grants that you put on the screen for us, you said those are tied in to the grants that we can use for some of the feedback that was given to us, correct? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
So those are the grants that you think we could tap into?
Correct.
Okay, so I hope we're paying very close attention because we always talk about we want, for our staff to reach out for grants. So it's really cool to see, just it specified to what we could tap into. So I'm hoping that we really take that into really high consideration. That was it. Thank you so much for the presentation. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you for your presentation. I attended I think all of them. Remember me? Correct?
I do remember you.
Just a quick question. I think the answer is yes. But if we do approve this plan, we do have the final say-so. If any kind of decision-making goes
Oh,
on.
yes, this is a long 15-year roadmap.
Okay.
There's going to be a lot of decisions going forward.
Okay.
So yeah, council has the final say. This is
Right.
just a roadmap.
Just checking, but thank you very much for your presentation.
Councilmember Linus.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and I attended a couple of the workshops and really appreciated the interactive, the immersive approach, and just the way you engaged the stakeholders to get some of those answers out. And I believe you also brought in a group from Cal Poly Pomona, if I'm not mistaken, right? If I remember correctly. And so it was good to see people outside of commerce coming in to contribute and fuel some discussion, right? I think there was a lot of benefit there. So I just wanted to thank you for the approaches you took to putting this plan together. And, I do have a question, and it may be for you, it may be for Director Alanis, but there's certainly some of the things that you mentioned we have in the works right now, but I guess what here is actionable in the near term, like in the next 24 months? I heard several different suggestions, right? I heard a skate park, a dance studio, walking trails, bike trails, potentially a teen center upgrade, and just wanted to understand.
Well, I think from my perspective, I believe we talked about playgrounds, apparatuses. I think that's something very attainable, literally within the next few years, if not within a year and a half. As a matter of fact, I've already started looking into that for one of our parks right now, and I'm waiting for a rendering to come back. So I've taken some of this information already and started working on it behind the scenes, and you'll hear a little bit more down the road. So to answer your question, some of the easier ones we're going to go out and try to do as quickly as possible. But we'll need the funding, and that's where grants come in and/or additional general fund.
Sure. But the team is working to kind of identify the, I guess, low-hanging fruit or just near-term opportunities?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I want to say thank you for your presentation. It was great. I think it brought some clarity to me. I think that's a great foundation and a map, like you said, to move forward in 15 years or so. And I really think that although there's things that we can go after quickly that are easy, I think that eventually City Council should choose something challenging and move forward with it. Ever since I was a kid, people have been asking for some sort of skate park, skateboards and stuff. And I still have teenagers today asking for stuff like that. So I would eventually like to find out if there's any grants for it. I mean, I've had businesses approach me in the past and say that they'll actually contribute to something like that for the community. And I just like to eventually find out where and how and if it's possible, if we can create something like that, if the City Council in the future agrees to something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, I just want to thank you for your detailed presentation, and I caught some of those comments that were made earlier too, related to some of the questions that were being raised. I realized that we were just, reopening or, in particular, Veterans Park, we have a facility that's been out of commission for some time. So a lot of those issues, coming up there, I definitely can understand where that came from. I had the opportunity to attend 3 of the 4 meetings, 3 of them. And, for me, it was just more of, I initially wanted to sit down because I want to hear what people have to say. I want to hear their comments and stuff. But, I think I even checked with you and your staff. I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to taint my comments, and they hear my comments or see that I've written some down, and then people start moving in a certain direction. I was more interested in hearing what the community wanted. What is it that I was hearing from them? And it was just good to be there and hear some of that. And then now look at the presentation and see some of these things that were pointed out that I heard. In particularly the group that seemed to feel they weren't included in our sporting, like the particular age group, like after, we work with our teens, and after a certain age, they get out and, hey, you got nothing for us anymore. There's no programming and stuff. And it was interesting to hear some of that from a couple of people, not only at one park, but at other parks. And they were mentioning some of those activities. But it's also good to hear that I know that we already are planning for some of these improvements. We got a great project over in Veterans Park, which I believe is going to be, it's going to address a lot of different issues that I see in this report already. And I think that's going to be something that is also going to affect other activities at one of the other parks, because part of that particular project is going to provide us with a temporary facility, which, when looking at it, at a temporary facility that we're going to be putting up at probably at another one of our parks, it's also one of these new facilities that is a multi-use facility that offers a lot of capability, and not only that, but it could be temporary in terms of maybe 10 to 15, 20 years. So we'll be making some decisions related to that, and that could help another one of our parks or another one of our facilities. And so there's a lot of really good things that we're doing, and this is a nice, nice plan to look at and reflect as we move forward to make sure that we do address some of these things moving forward. But again, thank you. I really appreciate the time, and you guys did a great job with each of the meetings that I attended, and just thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Well, thank you both. And at this time, I would ask for the City Council's direction on this item. I believe we have a recommendation with regards to this item, and it's items or the recommendations is 1 and 2. 1, to receive and file the presentation on the city's Parks and Open Space Master Plan by RJM Design Group, Inc., the project consultant, and then item number 2 would be to adopting a resolution approving the city's Parks and Open Space Master Plan. And
So moved.
we have a motion, and
For the items just mentioned by the mayor.
and that would be items 1 and 2
1 and
as
2.
recommended. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Well, we have motion and a second, and is there everybody in agreement with this motion here? Do we have an eye on this from everybody?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
objections?
Aye.
All right, great. Motion passes. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda. That would be item number 13. And that would be the second request to modify previously approved art in public places program in conjunction with a new parking structure built at 1501 Telegraph Road, Commerce, California. Who's going to be presenting on this item?
I will be presenting tonight.
Good. Thank
Mayor,
you.
sorry I'm down here today, but my vision's a little blurry today, so I'll get closer to the screen. So the item before you tonight is for consideration to modify a previously approved art in public places project at the ultimate parking structure located at 5401 Telegraph Road. I'm sorry. So I wanted to provide you with a little bit of background on the art in public places, so that just to refresh everyone's memory on this ordinance. On September 20th, 2016, the City Council adopted an art in public places ordinance. And the goal for this ordinance was to ensure that the incorporation of public art into the community and into development projects within the city. So to provide a little bit of background on what is subject or what projects are subject to the art in public places, any commercial and or industrial developments, as well as residential developments of more than 4 units, in which the valuation of the project is $250,000 or more. And there also, as part of this ordinance, we do have an in lieu mechanism that allows the applicants to either install artwork or pay the 1% in lieu fee of the total valuation of the project. And the fees collected through this in lieu process will be held in an art in public places fund that the city can use to provide artwork in other areas that are consistent with this ordinance. So to provide you with a little bit of background on the project and the request tonight, Altamid received an approval from the Planning Commission for a conditional use permit of 518 and plot plan number 987 to allow for an office land use in the city's M2 zone and the construction of a new 5-story parking structure at 5401 Telegraph Road. This project was subject to the Art in Public Places, and the applicant elected to acquire and install the artwork on the south, east, and west elevations of the parking structure. So this is the image. So on June 4th, 2019, the City Council considered and approved the installation of an art program consisting of various figures taking part in health activities. Images would be installed on the south, east, and west elevations of the parking structure, and this is the image that was approved back in 2019. Now, on June 23, 2020, Altamid submitted a letter to the city stating that the financial impacts associated with COVID led them to their inability to fulfill their commitment and were unwilling to install the proposed panels that were previously approved by council. The applicant stated that they had added some enhancements to the parking structure that included color lighting, backings, paints, and installation of Z-girts on the corners and center of the street-facing facades. In total, the applicant claimed to have invested $1.1 million in these improvements and asked that the city accept the installations in lieu of the requirements of the Art in Public Places Ordinance. And on July 21st, 2020, the City Council denied this request to reconsider the obligations of the Art in Public Places. So now we move forward to May 2023. Altamid submitted a new public art concept for the city's consideration, proposing to create a large scale of garden fence painting depicting the native flora, food, and medicinal plants on the south and west elevations of the parking structure. So this image here that we have before you gives you an idea of what their concept will look like on the building itself. And these are the elevations, the south, the west, and east. The east elevation will not have anything, but the west and south elevations will. So tonight, we're asking that the City Council consider Altamid's request for modification to a previously approved art concept and provide staff with the direction you deem appropriate.
Thank
And
you
that
for your presentation, and at this time, we'll take any comments or questions of the members of the City Council. Councilmember Rebollo.
So, I don't know. I'm disappointed that, obviously, the disappointment came, initially when we had a discussion about what should go there, and then, that didn't happen. Instead, they installed lights that we didn't approve of, right? That we hadn't approved or talked about before. So I don't know that personally, I don't know that I'm feeling the way this kind of meshes with the structure and with the Altamid kind of logo that they had already put on there. I still like the concept that we initially talked about because it was very representative of our community, and that's what we talked about, right? That it should depict our community and like what makes our community. I love the idea of the medicinal plants because that's very much goes around the medical field and what Altamid is, but I don't think it's representative of our community. Not that we don't use medicinal plants, I do, but we had discussed that the art should portray more of our city or history or something, right? And that's why we liked the first piece of artwork. So I don't think I'm not feeling the proposed artwork. That just for me. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rebollo. Any other comments?
I'd just like to say I would like to revisit new artwork. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Linus?
You know, the concept's interesting, right? I don't like the way that maybe it's the pink that doesn't mesh well with like the building, but I would be interested in maybe seeing other concepts. You know, I think, you know, giving us one concept. I know in my line of work, whenever we design like a new website or something, we usually present a couple of different concepts just to give people more of an idea of what could be, right? So I'm okay with it, but I'd like to see something else, just to see what else can be done with that space. That's my input.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Our Councilwoman Rebollo made a comment about the lights, but I think Altamont made a comment about the lights as well. Well, the lights were part of the concept, and that all came about from a parking structure in Miami, and there was a parking structure that each floor had a different light. So when we brought that to Altamont, they then agreed to put the lighting and the art. They did put lighting, but 2 colors only, I believe. They didn't do each floor. However, it looks better than just regular lighting, right? But yeah, I mean, I'm hearing from my colleagues that we should revisit this, sit down, and have some discussions on what should be there to beautify our community. I mean, I think that Altamed is a gem. It was created and started here in City of Commerce, and I think that it'll be significant to have something on that lot that's going to stand out, especially because it's on the 5 year.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for your comments. I'll make my comments also. I did have some. First and foremost, let me just say that Altamont they have quite a huge footprint in our community, and I think it's great. They also provide a great service to our community. But at the same time, they also, we as a city, if you recall, there were some issues before moving forward with this project. They couldn't move forward without our approval. And they, in essence, agreed to this concept, because we gave up a very nice piece of real estate, if you ask me. That's like an entry into the area that, generates a lot of revenue, from the Citadel to the Commerce Casino. And I personally, it wouldn't have been my personal choice to do the parking structure. But hey, it is what it is. But at the same time, look, we made a significant investment in determining that let's move forward. We reached a compromise, and for you to all of a sudden turn around and say, no, we're not going to do this, that to me is a breach of the commitment that you made. And I think you should honor that commitment. But more importantly, what I think is that we have established the 2 committees that we have, in a sense, right? I think we should refer the item back over to the committees and allow them to have further discussion. I heard your comments, and you're saying, hey, it's not bad, maybe bring in options, right? Same thing, we might be able to find some middle ground here. So let's refer this item for further discussion, but let's have the committees take a look at it and have some further discussion and see if we can come up with something that we can agree to move forward with, and then bring it back to the full council with some recommendations from each. Sound good? So that would be my comments on that. So I actually would think that it would make sense if we did that, and then we can bring something back to the city council for final review and approval. Those are my comments on this item. So I guess a motion would be in order with regards to this request. Either we deny it and basically provide alternative direction. And to me, I think that would probably be the alternative direction that we should provide, and say, hey, we want to refer this to the appropriate committees that we already have established, and come up with a reasonable way to move forward here.
I would move with a motion to deny this request and go back to the Art and Public Places Committee. Is that what it is? And beautification. I forgot what it was. to start having more dialogue and present more options. Does that sound good?
Yeah,
Sounds good.
I'd like to second that. Can I second that?
Yeah, I'll need a second for that.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, wow. How many more items we got, folks? 6 more. Oh. Yeah, that's what happens when Edgar leaves, eh? All of a sudden. Oh, that was his comments. I'm just saying. Okay, so we'll move to item number 14, professional services agreement with KNN Public Finance LLC for municipal financial advisory services and authorize staff to take the necessary steps to advance the procurement of TIFIA loan with the United States Department of Transportation Build America Bureau. Who's going to cover this? Yoko, is that you?
Yeah, I do.
Oh. All right. Let's
Good afternoon,
move forward
Mayor.
with it. Claude, please move
I know
forward.
it's a mouthful. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Claude McFerguson, Director of Transportation. In summary, I'm going to be discussing some possible financing and funding options for the city's zero-emission bus operator maintenance and administrative facility project. There we go. And the mayor kind of outlined what we're here for this afternoon. We're going to be requesting approval for 2 things. 1, to award professional service agreement for municipal financial advisory service, and then 2, authorize staff to advance the procurement of a TIFIA loan with the United States Department of Transportation Build America Bureau. And to give you a little outline what a TIFIA program is, it's really an acronym for the Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovative Act loan program. And what it is in summary is there's only X amount of dollar for a grant per se to get to particular city and agencies. So what the government came up with was a loan program for viable capital projects, whereas they use loans or a line of credit to help agencies fund larger projects to get those accelerated. More specifically, it kind of helps agencies mitigate upfront cash flow needs. So instead of putting a large amount up front, they give you a loan, so it allows agencies and cities to get the benefit of the infrastructure at the same time of getting the money up front. It also a federally backed loan, and that's also helped leverage us to get more additional funding for grants when you have X amount of dollars earmarked from the government to go towards a particular project. Other benefits and considerations to impact this proposal this evening. If we're able to receive additional funding that's approved by council to help bring the transportation project to fruition, it also allows us the opportunity to move out the existing facility as well to free up space for the city to move on for the next phase of the Rosewood Housing Development Project, which was slated to be 133 units. So it's a benefit for both parties by getting additional funding to accelerate the project. To give you a little background why we're here, staff is still continually pursuing and actively looking for federal and state grant opportunities. Here today, we're offering some alternative funding options for the City Council to consider. We're actively pursuing grants as we speak. In this last funding round, we was unfortunately unsuccessful receiving grant funds. However, we received highly recommended recommendations based on our feedback. And with that being said, we request a meeting with the feds as well as the Department of Transportation to get more feedback. What can the city do to be successful in this grant? We're getting highly recommended, but we wasn't able to get funding. When they reviewed our project, they still concur it's a highly recommended project. So one thing that they advised us to do is to reach out to the Secretary of Transportation to see if we're eligible to be eligible for a TIFIA program. That way, we'll get additional funding to help escalate getting this project done a little sooner. March 2023, I generated a letter to the Department of Transportation, gave them a project overview and gave them the benefits of the project and request that they would consider our project for participation for the program. On May 18th, we received written notification. They reviewed our project. They deemed the City of Commerce and the project as an eligible project, and they will consider us to allow us to get a loan or funding options to help proceed with the project. With that being said, on June 21st, we published an RFQ for a financial advisory service to help us throughout this project. And then at this stage of the planning process, the city needs assisting in developing financing options, i.e. credit rating strategy, cash flow model, and borrowing security. These are some things that's going to be required as part of the TIFIA loan, and we need to get some assistance to help get that together. We posted an RFQ on planning bids, which was closed on July the 10th, and all the proposals received were evaluated from a technical component, and the proposals that were determined technically acceptable were reevaluated with cost as a consideration. And in this case, we received 2 bids, and both of those companies are very qualified to do the work. The city is we're requesting that the city consider awarding a professional service agreement with K&N to give us the municipal finance expertise for a award not to exceed $22,000. And the reason we choose K&N, both companies were very qualified, but K&N gave us a lower cost per hour, and they also put a cap on their hours based on the scope of work when the other agency didn't. And then 2, they have a lot of experience in getting funding for a large capital project, and their very high success rate in relates to the TIFIA loan. So those are things that was taken into consideration. The fiscal impact is $26,000. It's $22,000 for the consultant and a little bit $4,000 for contingency. These funds will be covered 100% through federal funds that we were able to get through a grant, so there'll be no impact to the city's operating budget. And to clarify, the process is it's a long, tedious process. It's about 8 to 12-month process before you get approval through Department of Transportation. And additionally, a part of the scope of work, K&N will be coming back with myself and giving a presentation on various alternatives for the cities to look at for consideration as it relates to financing or funding options for our facility. That pretty much concludes the presentation. I'm here. If you have any questions you have regarding the proposal.
Council, any comments, questions? No. Okay.
But Claude, I mean, I know that this is, I don't know how many years away if everything goes right with these loans. I mean, what are we looking at for you guys to start building?
Realistically, if we can get approval through the TIFIA, we're looking at probably 5 years. I would say around 5 to 6 years realistically. That's just everything green light. We get everything moved forward. We'll be, I think we'll be okay. But again, that's if everything's perfect lined up. But it can be done, come to fruition if we actively move forward, come back with some options on some funding, and we still actively pursue some additional grant funding, which I'm confident we will secure some dollars, and we'll be able to come back to City Council with some options to look at. But I would say realistically, no sooner than I would say 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, so there be no additional comments or questions. Thank you, Claude, for the presentation, and at this time, a motion would be in order for the recommendation. And the recommendation is to award a professional services agreement to K&N Public Finance, LLC, for municipal financial advisory services, and authorize staff to take the necessary steps to advance the procurement of a TIFIA loan with the United States Department of Transportation, US DOT, Build America Bureau, BAB.
I'll move to approve per the recommendation in the staff report.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. All right. Thank you, everybody. And I think we'll move to item 15 at this time, and that would be the Eastern Avenue Transit Hub alternatives.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, back by popular demand, is the Eastern Bus Hub project
Yes.
and some alternatives for council consideration this evening. It is a receive and file report, however, staff is looking for direction from council this evening. I'd like to, we have a couple of different slides. We'd like to open up with the project limits just to refresh our memories as to the project limits from Sheila Street to Gilson is concrete, and then we have Gilson to Harbor is asphalt, newly paved. That is the project limits. We do have, as part of your report, a summary of costs for the 4 different alternatives for consideration. The range of those are between $247,000 and $610,000. I'd like to get right into what those alternatives are. And I just wanted to mention that at this point on this slide, as part of your report, there is a basic amount of work that would need to be done should council consider changing the striping plan that is currently on Eastern. And so there's a base amount of approximately $209,000. And then depending on what alternative council may choose to decide, there would be additional cost or one measure that would be a little less. So if we can move on to the slides for the alternatives. So alternative 1 essentially will restore 2 lanes in both directions. As you can see on the slide presentation there, the bus hub would remain in its present location, and the bike lane would run along the curb as requested previously by council, and turn onto private property, that green bar that you see there, private property behind the bus hub, with an easement, should that be achievable with an easement, and exit at the corner of Harbor Street. The cost of doing that alternative is $418,000, not including the cost of an easement. We can move on to alternative 2, which would be also to restore the 2 lanes in both directions. The entire bus hub would be relocated onto the private property with an easement. As you can see there, it's shifted over into that private property. Bike lanes would run along the curb. The cost estimate, this one is the most costly at $610,000, not including an easement. Alternative 3, on the other hand, would also restore the 2 lanes in both directions. The bus hub would remain in its present location, and the bike lanes would run along the curb and share the lane with the bus hub with posted signs. So there would be a choice if someone decides to ride their bike and there is a bus parked at the bus hub, they can choose to stop and wait for that bus to move, or they can, which is alternative 3A, would be to go around the bus or to share the lane with, and I see Councilmember Reboyo shaking her head. We'll get through these alternatives and then we'll discuss them. But then the other alternative is to go around the bus or wait behind the bus. Alternative 3A is only different in that it would have sharrows that would have pavement markings where you can see in the lower right-hand corner is someone actually sharing the lane with the vehicles. And that cost would be $293,000 versus $291, very close from alternative 3 to 3A. Alternative 4, which is our last alternative, which is to restore the lanes in both directions and leave the bus hub in its present location, not have bike lanes, and that cost estimate is at $247,000. Before council discusses the item, I would like to just mention the fiscal impacts, and that is that the bike lanes were paid for with federal monies, 5307 funds, in the amount of $23,400 because it was part of a much larger project, and so we saved a great deal of money for the striping, pavement marking, signage, engineering, cost management. And should the council decide to omit the bike lanes on Eastern Avenue, staff will need to notify the federal government of its decision and determine if monies need to be returned, what that process would be, or if we can reallocate monies to another qualifying project. And we would then return to Measure AA to request funding if we needed to return any monies. Should the council reconsider implementing its bike and pedestrian master plan, this was the implementation or the start of just starting to implement that master plan to install bike lanes, I do feel the need to advise that it may hinder the city's ability in the future to obtain future grants, because many of the grants are looking for promoting complete streets, which would include bike and pedestrian friendly type plans. So with that, I'd like to just open it up for discussion. We can certainly return to whatever alternative slides you'd like to see for the discussion.
Council, comments, questions? You all seem real happy with this
Can you put
presentation.
on alternative two? Can you put the slide on alternative two?
Absolutely, two. Sure.
Yeah.
So alternative two is our most costly option. That would be to reconstruct the bus lane, the bus hub area, so that it would be no longer on the street of Eastern, but off onto the commercial property that's essentially there. We would have to obtain an easement in order to move onto that private property, so that there would be still a sidewalk that would be redirected on the backside of the bus hub, and it would be essentially a turnout so that the bus can turn into this area that is cut out onto private property. And it would free up Eastern so that it would be 2 travel lanes northbound, and the bicycle lane would travel along the curb. But it is our most expensive option, and that option still doesn't include the cost of an easement to obtain that property. And our director of transportation may not want to reconstruct the bus hub area, but that is an option, certainly.
Can I see number one?
Okay, alternative one would still involve an easement needed, but what it would do is leave the bus hub where it is, and if we could obtain that easement onto the neighboring commercial property, we would have the bike lane run. It would be on Eastern going northbound until you come to the bus hub, and then it would direct onto, it would cross over the sidewalk, and it would run along the backside of the sidewalk and exit at the corner of Harbor and Eastern.
For me, to pay, I mean, I know it's sometimes when we don't do things right the first time. Trust me, I'm in construction, and it's frustrating when you don't do it right the first time. You have to now pay. I almost see alternative two as the best option, because I ask myself the question: in 10 years from now, are we going to have more traffic or less traffic? So if I can get that bus off of Eastern and into the private property, I'd go that route.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other comments? Yes.
I just have a question. I know a couple of months ago, we talked about traffic signal improvements on Eastern to hopefully alleviate some of the congestion that
Yes,
the community
those were
was
implemented.
Do we have any data or numbers? Has it been beneficial? Has it helped?
It has been in place for about a month, and I have heard from the Traffic Commission that they feel that it has helped.
But do we
I
have
ha-
like a KPI or
We
some
don't-
type of metric that we're
We don't have
measuring
as much
against?
data yet, but we can certainly gather that in the next couple of months. There just hasn't been a lot of time yet.
Sure, but what's the planned approach? Like, how are you going to measure? Like, let's say it's 2 months from now and you're coming back to the council and saying, hey, this really helped. How has it helped? Like, what are some of the examples of the
Yeah,
numbers you give
we
us?
certainly would compare the timing changes with the amount of flow of traffic, how many cars can get through. We changed it so that there are certain times in which it's timed and certain times in which it's free, so that if a car approaches outside of peak times, it needs to be timed, but outside of peak times we would have it free, so that if a car approaches, then the signal would change so that the car can move along quicker.
But do we have something to measure against from the past, so before those signal changes were implemented?
We would need to talk to the county. The county is the one that implemented the timing, so we could certainly ask the county of Los Angeles if they have pre and post comparisons and any data that we can use.
Okay. Yeah, I can only go by what I see. It seems to be less congested, but I know that's also subjective and not really data-driven, right? So I'd like to know what the results of those study are, so.
Yeah. I haven't received one complaint since the timing changes have been made.
Unless people are tired of complaining.
I don't think so. I think they're going to voice their concern if there's a concern.
We still have problems. We got problems, yeah. There is ongoing problems. I believe, as a matter of fact, I really feel bad because now I have to get a hold of somebody that was involved in an accident on Gilson and Eastern, and he asked about this, and I told him, no, we're going to have it on the agenda soon. Well, I forgot to communicate to him and let him know. His daughter was involved in an accident there, and he said, hey, look, you guys need to do something about it. And in this presentation, we discussed it at the meeting previously, where we had this discussion. Part of it was we got people crossing, and I'm sorry for interrupting. Were you done? Yeah.
Listen, where I'm coming from is I'd like to know what the results of those traffic signal improvements are before any type of alternative implementation. That's just me.
Okay, it's good point. So let me just finish with the statement that I made, and that is, we talked about Gilson, about everybody right now, what they have to do is they have to negotiate with the flow of traffic going on Eastern. They have to now negotiate to cross on Gilson. And I've asked, hey, what do we do? Do we put a signal? Do we put a stop sign there, which doesn't seem to make sense there. But, and I believe, summarize it saying, look, I'm not a traffic expert. Let's get the traffic folks to come up with a way to address that. How do we solve that problem there? So that's been created, but even without this, that problem was already there. The only difference is we didn't have all the congestion, like the way we have it now. So everybody now is stuck, and some people just go right to the middle and they block you. And now you have to try to get around them. There's a lot of folks that are really good about that. They stop and they'll let you kind of go through, but you're actually looking and you want to make sure nobody's coming. So you're holding up traffic too and just having to negotiate. It's a dangerous intersection, basically. Now we've created that. And I don't see an answer to that, which I've asked for, and I'm hoping that we can address that.
We have discussed everything we possibly can with the county and our own Bear Electric company, and there's only so much, unfortunately, that can be done. It's part of a greater network of traffic signals. On a regional basis, that's why the county is involved in the timing of the signals. They looked at not just Harbor and Eastern, but further beyond, including Gilson, down to Washington. And unfortunately, because they're looking at this network that is on a continuous signal timing to have a larger region connected together to work together, the timing that we instituted at Harbor and Eastern was the best that we could do right now. With regard to Gilson, I'm not quite sure that there's too much more that we can do with that particular area. We can certainly ask again.
Okay. Okay. So and we're gonna ask who, county?
Yes,
The
County
county
of Los
to see if there's
Angeles.
anything that can be done with regards to the problem we have, people trying to get across. on
Yes,
Gilson.
yeah, where Gilson is so close to Washington Boulevard, so it's a challenging area for
Okay,
sure.
it is a challenging area,
It
but
is,
it's an area that is heavily used by a lot of folks. It's heavily
Yes.
used.
We will look into that
we
again.
need to address that. It's a problem, and we've already had one accident that I know of since then, but hopefully we can try to get it addressed. Councilwoman Rebollo.
So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to address the comment that you just made, I think that was one of the, I think the for now, right, while we navigate this situation, sorry, it's getting late, I'm so tired. You know, I talked about a traffic car there, to address some of these issues, like giving out tickets to prevent, you know, people are still like using that lane to cut people off. While we navigate what's going to happen, right? That is something that I want to see. I want to see a traffic car there, especially during that high peak hour of traffic. Because do we get traffic? Absolutely. Is that intersection on Gilson and Eastern crazy and dangerous? Yes, and it's always been. You know, I think the Rosini community, I know I've gotten the inquiries about the signal there because it's not something that's new. It's something that's been there for a long time. Now, did this enhance it or make it worse? Probably. I don't know, right? I'm not a traffic expert, but I think for now, the way to address it, at least I don't know if this is the right solution, right? But to me, what I feel is the way to address it right now is to have a traffic car there. You know, I asked that a couple meetings ago. And I don't know if that's something that we're doing or if it has been done and if we can get an update on that. And I think this definitely has been a controversial topic. But also what we have to see is, you know, the reasons of why and you know, how this is a phased approach, right? And we've talked about and when this conversation happened, right, we looked at it as a whole, like this area is part of the housing overlay plan, right? And we talked about connectivity. We talked about walking paths and bike paths and how if we're going to start constructing livable spaces, right, we want everything to be where we can walk. Now, is it the right place? I mean, we all thought that it was, right? And if we look as a city as a whole, every single like area in our city, other than the inside residential pockets, there's traffic. So I think we have to ask ourselves, is that something that we still want to visit, right? Is the housing connectivity bike path plan? Because I feel like this is always going to be the same issue. Like we're always going to have the issue of like, man, we're going to cause traffic jams because like there's so many cars. And I feel like just the county as a whole wasn't built for all this traffic. And we're seeing, right, the remnants of like previous decisions and just, you know, nobody expected, I guess, this many people to have cars or live in cities. Or I know that this is an issue with the county as a whole, right? So I'm just so conflicted with everything, right? Because anything that we do now causes a domino effect of financing, right? Like it was through a federal grant. Now, you know, I know we had asked like, okay, what is that going to look like if it was a federal grant? Now you're saying, well, we might have to pay some money back. And then it's going to cost us money to remediate or do something different there.
And
so I think that's just where my conflict, you know, I'm conflicted in the sense of, you know, we've talked about this area being, you know, all connected and we had talked about previously, right, the properties that we have of building housing, and this was all going to kind of mesh together. So, yeah, so I guess it's a bigger conversation for us to have is that really what we want? You know, because we're going to continue to have these problems should we do it this way. It when you saw me shaking my head is like I'm envisioning like somebody on their bike, like waiting for the bus, and they got super frustrated. I'm like, I'm just gonna go around it, and then the bus taking off at the same time, and then just causing a bigger issue, right? So that's why I was shaking my head, like, oh no, that's like I don't envision that being even any safer.
I would like to mention, if I may, because you were mentioning the connectivity and decisions made. The Eastern Bike Path was actually a looped path that was Eastern Harbor Commerce Way.
Right.
Okay. So because of the bus hub project that was already, planned, the eastern bike lanes were broken off from the other loop and decided to be part of this project so that it could be done all at the same time. As part of the next pavement management program, we're including the rest of that loop,
Right.
which is Harbor and Commerce Way bike lanes. But obviously there's no striped lanes that are going to get narrowed there. It's one one lane of travel in each direction that will remain, with now a bike lane. But I do have to mention that because we are planning for the pavement management program that would include that,
Right.
and make that final loop as the first phase of this bike and
Yeah.
pedestrian master plan.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm thinking about everything, and I'm just like so conflicted because we were also excited about that bike loop because we don't let kids ride their bikes, or adults for that matter, or they're not supposed to ride their bikes at the parks, right? And it's like we had talked about, like, okay, now we're going to have alternatives, to have bike paths, and there was a committee of residents, right, that sat on this, and this is what what they proposed to us. So I think that's why I'm conflicted as to but I validate everybody's comments and the community's comments where it's like, okay, this doesn't seem safe, like this has caused traffic. I, for one, I appreciate that the traffic has slowed down on Eastern, even though it's like, that means the speeding, even though it's because it's traffic, but I don't know. Yeah, I think those are just my comments. I'm conflicted as to what our next phase should be, but I do agree with Councilmember Lainez that I would like to see data, because that's kind of going to help us make the decision of what path we should choose next, I guess. That's so those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think we're done with the comments. Did you have comments, Councilwoman?
Gina, can you please repeat, when you first did the project, that this wasn't the original plan on Eastern there?
Okay, so that was prior to my time, but I did do the research on how this all began. So initially, the consultant that was hired was looking at Gilson as the first alternative for a bus hub. And then at some point, and maybe Director Ferguson would remember, at some point it was recommended that the bus hub not remain on Gilson and be implemented there, but be moved on to Eastern.
Yeah, just to give a little background, as she mentioned, the original proposal that was completed through Nelson Nygaard was to put the bus shelter the bus stops on Gilson right at the corner prior to that, because I concur with Councilman Morano. The way Commerce is designed, you almost have to have a bus cutout, because no matter if you move it, similar to what you were saying, it doesn't matter. It's going to be kind of a similar problem due to the dense traffic flow. So you almost have to have a curb cutout so it doesn't mitigate and disrupt the flow of traffic. The original recommendation was on Gilson, but it was changed to put it on Eastern. That was a while back.
Did you have a follow-up to that, Councilwoman?
So there's not another place that we can put it besides Eastern, beside Gilson or Eastern? Is there a space where it's not that trafficky?
No, we can, but it's still gonna need a cutout, because due to the dense traffic flow during peak times, it gets crowded in dense traffic. So it's gonna be similar to the same concept throughout our city, the way it's designed, so as she mentioned, it's easier and more cost effective up front if you just do the cutout up front and do the easement on the design. So it's not gonna disrupt the traffic flow, and then the onus is on us as the operator to just wait the traffic, and then we go to continue out at that point. It's easier that way, less disruptive, and you can utilize the bike lanes a little easier as well. Since you already have the easement to the right, you can probably keep the bike lane to the right as well.
And he's the bike lane, and then the bus pulls over to the side. But I was just wondering, did you think about other areas? I know you said yes, but what would be the other areas that may accommodate the buses to pull over to the side?
Well, this area was selected based on Councilmember Borboya's feedback. If you look at our general plan based on the design, the housing overlay, and what the city projected going in the future, combined with the bike master plan that was included in it, it was an ideal location based on the feedback on the report. That's the recommendation to keep it in this particular area, not just for now, but for years out based on the city's general plan.
Is there another area where it's less congested? I know that was the original plan from the previous council, but is there?
I mean, we can look at other areas, but it goes back to what the mayor was saying. We have money invested here. Then we just installed a restroom right there as well, which had to be relocated for, which can be done, but now we're putting just more money after money. So we just need to come up to consensus with council, one, and we can look at other alternatives and come back if you like.
Yeah, I believe the comments were made
Thank
by
you.
our vice mayor related to that. But yeah, part of the discussion, I believe our vice mayor also has a follow-up question too. But part of the discussion last time we had this item before us was exactly that. We asked for, is there an alternative route? And I think even we mentioned Gilson going up to maybe Strong, going through there and coming around a less congested area. But no alternatives were provided. No alternatives. Oh yeah, this might work. Yay, nay. We didn't hear about that. In terms of the bike lane, only because we thought it was not exactly the safest location to have it. I think that was the consensus of most of us, but we didn't get any alternatives, anything other than, these options that we have before us right now. So did we even consider any other locations for the possibility of rerouting the bike lane differently?
Well, I wasn't involved with the bike lane component. I know that was with part of the STEP grant or the plan or what committee?
Yeah, no, the bike and pedestrian master plan was adopted some years ago, so I couldn't speak on what led up to the decision on approving that master plan. I wasn't part of that process, but I am part of the process now to implement it where council decides to implement it. But if that's something that council wants to revisit and look at that master plan and decide whether or not you want to continue implementing it, or if you want to omit certain streets and leave others in, I mean, it's a whole, or decide not to rescind the entire master plan. Those are bigger decisions for council to consider, but it's, I have to caution it may very seriously jeopardize what monies the city can get, and if the city has the money and wants to spend the money from Measure AA or some other funding source, but it will be very difficult to get grant funding sources for very large streets that are going to be coming our way as opportunities for future grants.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your response. So was Vice Mayor, I think you wanted to ask a
For
question.
time's sake, I'll just make a quick comment, but I mean, you spoke about Gilson, and maybe we could have carved out a piece of Gilson in front of the transportation department, because we're going to move the transportation department in the future anyways, and then we could have built some housing from there. But here we are now, and the restrooms are on Eastern, and I understand it costs a lot of money to move and resolve this, but I think it's hard for me to make a decision today, and I think for all of us, so I think maybe we're gonna have to table this.
Yeah, well, we can do that. We can certainly do that, particularly the questions that I think my colleagues have raised with regards to additional data that we can basically make some help us in making a better decision moving forward. But of the options that have been presented, I like, as you stated, basically carving out and acquiring some additional property there and doing that, so that we in essence remove that bus or buses from that area there, so that it doesn't get in the way of the flow of traffic, and traffic can still move. And I do like the concept of doing the 2 lanes, returning back to the 2 lanes, and maybe if we can't find an alternative to the bike lane, and find maybe sending it down Gilson and turning up Strong, and then reconnecting, because I think you still have a portion, I think, going down Eastern, right? So I mean, at some point maybe we can reconnect it, or I don't mind if we include it here, but I really would like to see the 2 lanes, because I really think that's just created a huge bottleneck. It creates some confusion in that area, and now you even have people taking that right-hand turn lane on Gilson, and they go straight. I've seen it. They go straight. They'll just take it just to cut through everybody, and that creates a problem. People are, somebody's going to try to maneuver right through that end. Going to run right into them. So I'd rather avoid that by creating the 2 lanes to allow the flow of traffic that everybody's accustomed to. Sure, let's include that bike lane, move it over as far as you can to the sidewalk. And of course do this that we're having here, but let's continue that discussion. This is where I'm leaning right now. This is where I kind of like this. I know it's the most expensive option, but I think it's probably the most prudent option as based on the information that we have at the present time. So, but let's go ahead and continue this item, and let's hopefully you can get some more information, more data for us to take a look at, so that we can make hopefully a better decision for this overall master plan that we've come up with.
If I may, just really quick.
Yes,
Is it on?
Councilwoman.
At the last time this came before us, I had made a comment about the city of Culver City that had done something similar. They rescinded. You guys, somebody was supposed to look into it. Did we get any information on that?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly that's essentially what happened. They instituted this similar type of plan. They were not satisfied with it. They had their own concerns for traffic flow as well, and decided to return it to what it was.
Now, did you look at the funding? Was it also federal funding?
I did not look at their funding.
What can, I'm sorry about that, my apologies. What can happen, let's say if the city changed our mind, we want to go another direction. What we'd have to do is just do a TIP amendment, which is a transportation improvement plan, notify Metro, and then we just have to reallocate those funds toward another federal project. And as she mentioned, what we'd have to do is to make it whole. It's just the color of money. We just have to change it like a measure AA, reallocate to another project, and then that would kind of make it a wash, so to speak, as long as we got some documentation on how that was utilized or how that was planned with other funds.
Can we get information as to the funding source for Culver City? Can we get that info? What funding source they had? What happened? What's the aftermath of what the reversal that they did, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
We'll do. And the councilman's, to be honest, a question. We did complete, not at that particular area, a traffic study, but it was more towards Washington and Sheila. It may be a little dated, a few years, but you can kind of utilize that data to kind of review prior to, so you can get a before and after range of the traffic flow in a particular area.
Yep. Thank you, Claude. Yeah, just anything we can use to compare and contrast Mayor, if there are no other questions, I would like to introduce a motion to receive and file.
Can I interrupt for a second? Would it be beneficial to revisit the master plan? I mean, it's been a number of years, right? And the reason I say that is because if you're talking about making prudent decisions, there are a couple of thoroughfares, right, that we're looking at that are full of truck traffic, right? And that's Slauson and what was the other one? And Randolph, right? So, you know, if you were having angst about here on Eastern, I'm not sure what the level of angst we're going to have on those two major thoroughfares, right? When it comes to sharing the road between a bicycle, right, and trucks. So maybe it'd be a good idea to revisit it and get, you know, caught up on what was actually approved as part of that master plan.
Vilko, if I'm not mistaken, didn't a few months ago we approved Class 3 bike lanes on Randolph, though, which is sharing the vehicular lane?
No. What was approved a few months ago is you awarded a contract to a design consultant. So we are working with two different consultants, one for Randolph, one for Slauson, and we're looking at what a concept plan could potentially look like that we could return to council with for your consideration.
Got it. So it wasn't the implementation, it was just the design.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, future funding would need that design, and future funding going after grants would, you know, have higher points if it's a complete streets with bike and pedestrian versus not.
Okay, I think we'll, you made a motion, I believe, to receive and file a report on alternatives for the completed Eastern Avenue Transit Hub project and or provide direction to staff.
Second.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, I'm gonna vote no on this item, but, you know, I'll be an objection to it. I really feel that we need to resolve this problem, not just kick it down the road. I think it's an ongoing problem and it needs to be addressed. I'm hoping that we can get more information on it, and at minimum, I think we should absolutely reinstate the 2 lanes, do the cutout, and I think, you know, keep the bike lane. That's fine. We can put it over as far over to the right that we can as possible. Do that cutout as was explained, which would be the more expensive option, but I think it's the most prudent option based on the information that we've been provided. If we leave this as is, we're going to continue to have problems. I think you're going to see more accidents in the future, and you know, potentially even liability on the part of the city. I think we've created the problem, and I think it's up to us to ensure that we resolve the problem.
I'm in agreement with the mayor. I just thought with the receive and file, I thought that we were going to sit down and have an opportunity to really put some eyes on it and not have this small moment here trying to resolve it and then bringing it back right away. Because I do want to resolve it as soon as possible. I think it's a danger, and I understand that it is going to be more expensive to repair it. However, I'm going to come from a place of responsibility and take a look at things a little deeper before I make a decision that can impact the community. And this is going to be one of them. And if we have to pay a couple $100,000 more to resolve it and to make it safe for the community, then I'm willing to do that.
Thank you. If you don't mind, if you're amenable to your motion, I believe we passed it, right? We just passed it with one no vote. I'd like to present an alternative motion, and that would be to that we basically reconsider the action that we just took on this item, and let's just continue it, providing us additional information. We've raised a couple of questions related to maybe an alternative bike path. You may want to do that. Look at it. We need to address Gilson. Let's see what we can do about that. I mean, is a stop sign viable for that area so that you stop and then you move forward? I mean, that might be very helpful. So
We'll definitely look into that.
let's look at that potential option as a potential resolution to that issue. And then let's look at this issue of the flow of traffic in that area. We've created this terrible bottleneck that I think needs to be resolved, and we have a viable option here that's being presented, even though it's the more expensive one. I think it's viable. So let's just pause for a second. Let's look at this and let's bring it back and see if we can move forward with an alternative that makes sense for all of us, and for the community.
For clarification purposes, so it's kind of like the motion that you made, but with a little more, right? You want like more action?
We're receiving and filing it, and to me, we're just filing it. There's no action. We didn't do anything with it. What I'm basically saying is let's
More action.
continue it with the comments that we've made, with the recommendations that we've discussed. Bring it back. You wanted more information to be able to make a better decision. Hopefully, we can provide some of that information as best as we can. And also, as we move forward, we can hopefully, come up and make a decision on it and say, look, based on the alternatives that are being presented, the options available, if this is the best that we can do, then maybe we can move forward with that, and let's start, making some of those decisions. I mean, I appreciate your comments, Vice Mayor. I mean, we definitely need to take responsibility for something that we created, even if we have to spend some money to fix this. All right, that's where I'm at. So if you guys are okay, I'd like to move to basically just continue this item, and that would be my motion, just to continue the item with the direction that's been provided, and come back to us.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Come back to us at a later time.
Legal counsel, I have a question. So because we just moved the item, all we need is a consensus to put a secondary motion to play?
Councilmember Rebollo, my suggestion is that there be a motion from part of the four that approved the first motion for a motion to reconsider that item. And
To
so,
reconsider the motion or to reconsider the alternative motion?
to reconsider Councilmember Linus's motion that was approved 4-1, I would say one of the four would move for reconsidering the motion, and then take a vote on that. And if there's a majority to reconsider that motion, then it's open again to consider whatever motion the council wants to consider.
All right, I'll move to reconsider the motion.
No, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there any objections? Seeing none, we'll reconsider that motion, and I'll go ahead and once again, I'll put a motion on the floor, basically, that we table this item for the time being, but take into account the comments that have been made with regards to potentially coming up with some improvements to address the issues that we've discussed, and that way we can take some action with one of the alternatives, or maybe another alternative if you come up with something that would be viable for us to consider. So that would be my motion.
All right, I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, thank you, everybody. We'll move to item 16, are we? 16? Yeah, 16.
16. All right, this is on Ferguson Sidewalk Installation Project, South Side only, which is in the city. Have a slide presentation. Project highlights. Council approved on September 13th, 2022, the Ferguson Sidewalk Installation Project as part of the city's capital improvement program, and allocated $2 million in Measure AA funds at that time. Council awarded an agreement for design services on February 16th of 2023, and we've been working diligently since then on the design of this sidewalk installation project. The public right-of-way is essentially what we are talking about restoring, which is up to 13 feet. However, that's from the face of the curb. In most instances, this has been reduced to 10 feet, and that would be a 5-foot parkway for trees, power poles, fire hydrants, bus stops, plus a 5-foot sidewalk for ADA compliance. There are 80 residential properties on Ferguson, south side only, with 15 properties that have encroachments such as fences, walls, walkways, landscaping that would need to be removed. The project includes Ferguson Street only. Cul-de-sacs are not recommended due to, one, there is no path of travel leading to any destination for a majority of the pedestrians. Two, there are significant and costly encroachments on those cul-de-sacs. And three, the cost to include those cul-de-sacs would be approximately $1.7 million and appears to outweigh the benefit. Notices were sent to property owners and tenants. 4 owners called to inquire about the project and to coordinate removal of encroached items. The design engineer walked the project limits on numerous days and spoke with residents, so that helped to get information out to the residents quickly. Next slides. Here are some of the encroachment examples. This is a somewhat complicated project. We are working through and working with all of the property owners. But these, you can see there's power lines all along the street, there's fire hydrants, there's posts for signage, there's fencing. There are, on the picture on the far left, you can see a block wall that runs down the center of 2 properties that goes all the way to almost that power pole, encroaches almost the entire way. We've got a lot of just chain link fences that would need to be removed and moved back. Next slide, please. As I said, notifications have gone out to property owners. The initial notice was sent certified mail on October 27th, 2022, just to announce the project and to request that the illegal encroachments be removed from the public right-of-way 10 foot from the curb by September of 2023 was our estimated start date for construction. The second notice was sent via certified mail more recently on May 10th, 2023 to specifically the 15 impacted properties with encroachments as a second courtesy to request the removal of those encroached items with an estimated construction start date of September or October of 2023. From those 15, we had 6 that were returned undeliverable. So we went out with Public Works staff and hand delivered them to the 6 on July 3rd to make sure that they received the notice as well. Removal of the encroachments are being coordinated with property owners. Another notice will be sent certified mail to all property owners and tenants prior to the start of construction. And construction. Staff released the bid package on June 29th of 2023. 5 bids were received on July 27th. 2023 bids ranged from $978,000, $916.50 to $1.9 million. Based on the bid analysis, staff recommends awarding an agreement for construction to FS Contractors Incorporated as the lowest responsible bidder. The total project cost with contingencies, construction management, inspection services is $1.29 to $169.78. The next steps would include a kickoff meeting with the contractor, schedule finalized, notice to property owners and tenants, project signed, installed along the project area, mobilization of the contractor equipment, and start of the project. With that, I'd like to request council consider adopting the resolution to approve the plans and specs, award this construction contract, and also make a finding and determination that no further CEQA is needed, or CEQA review is needed, and it's exempt.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there any comments, questions?
Yeah, sorry.
Councilmember Rebollo.
Just really quick, did you say there was only 8 properties that we need to encroach on?
No, there were 15.
15.
Total. Yes, and that was there could have been a lot more. So we've really worked hard to try to minimize those that we would have to push back on the encroachments for. So having 80 properties and only 15 that have encroachments, that we do definitely have to move back.
Okay, so multiple questions on that. Number one, what happens, so if my property is one of those properties, right? Now, if I've built this beautiful brick fence, which, you know, again, it wasn't their property, they shouldn't have built it, blah, blah, blah,
Not
right? But we
permitted.
have it.
Yes.
So then what happens then? Like, are they now, they have to remove it at their own cost? And like, it's like, well, you built it, you shouldn't have built it, and now they have to move it and they
Yes.
inquire a cost to do that?
They have the choice of removing it prior to construction. We've given them up to a year to do that. If they choose not to remove it and to let us do that, then we would remove the items, but we wouldn't reconstruct. What we would do is, say for instance, if it's a wall that's dividing the property, we would cut it clean, you know, back to the point that it needs to be, and we would finish off the edge.
Oh, okay.
But if it's a chain link fence, we're gonna remove the post, the foundation, the chain link, and it's up to the owner if they choose to reinstall along their property line after we're done with the project of installing the sidewalks.
Okay. And of those 15 properties, have you received any feedback or any complaints from, have we received, first of all, from those 15, right? But have we received, because I know I've started receiving phone calls, I guess maybe since they received the letters, of people that are not happy. And I honestly didn't think I was going to get any phone calls from people not being happy about this. But,
Okay.
so have we formally received anything?
From the 15, 4 have called.
Okay.
And they were not upset. They just wanted additional information to understand where they would need to move, when and where they would need to move their items back to.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were asking if we would mark the property lines, you know, if we would, you know, help to coordinate that. So there were 4 out of the 15 that
Okay.
have reached out. The others have not.
No, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'd like to say something.
Councilmember Garcia?
Can you go back to the pictures really quick?
Sure. What, that one?
So you're saying this is not going to cut into their property? Or it is? Did you say?
Yeah, these are all encroachments into
Oh.
our public right-of-way that would need to be removed. The fence lines, the shrubbery, sometimes there's, you know, a tree. There's been, you know, some areas, I mean, they're all so different when you're dealing with 80 different properties there.
Okay, I just wanted to look at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Linus?
Thank you for the presentation, Gina. I know we talked through this item a little bit before open session. What's the project timeline? I think we're projected to start September and October, but how long?
Yeah, we would, well, one, I would like to get the schedule from the contractor first to see when
Okay.
the contractor would be starting, and then how long they would estimate that the project would take. But, you know, we would be looking at probably 6 to 8 months.
Okay. Are we anticipating any road closures?
No, we would try to minimize that. There would probably be no parking in sections, and we'd probably phase the implementation, you know, so that we would try to, because it's just one lane
Yeah.
each direction. So there would probably be an impact to when they could park their vehicles during the day, when we would be working on the project. So there would be some of those inconveniences.
Okay. You know, I know there's 15 affected properties with varying degrees of, like, I guess, encroachments, right? You know, some have significant improvements that are coming into the public right away, and understood, you know, these are unpermitted improvements, and, you know, you do those at your own risk. But for the properties that are affected, can we look into possible assistance, not from the city, right? But, you know, I know there are other funding mechanisms, like the community development block grant funds, for example, like the home beautification funds. Just anything that, any resources that are available that these residents can tap into. So if they do end up calling to complain, once the implementation does happen, these are tools that we can maybe refer them to.
Okay. Well, Public Works can certainly reach out to the Economic Development Department to see what would be available, if there is anything, and coordinate with them.
Okay. And then the last thing is, I know when we allocated the funding for this project, one of the things that we talked about was the illuminated stop signs on Ferguson and Gaspar, just because that area is poorly lit. Is that going to be implemented along with this project? I feel like we can do that part in-house, but what's the ETA on that?
Yeah, there's a task order. It's already been to Traffic Commission. There's been a task order to implement larger stop signs. That those things would be done in-house. The only thing that normally we would send out is if it involves electrical work or we need to get some, other types of materials or lighting or other things part of the project. So much of that, if we're just going to do enlarged stop signs, maybe something solar powered, much of that can just be done in-house.
Okay. Well, to be specific, the request is for an illuminated stop sign. So whether...
Yeah, you asked for a flashing stop sign
Right.
at Gaspar, and I will be looking into that because from what I recall, it was enlarged signs that were going to be installed. So let me get back to you on the flashing part.
Okay, please, because that's what was requested. Thank you, Gina.
Thank you. And our vice mayor stepped out temporarily, so the questions I have or comments are, this has been a discussion that's, we've had for a long period of time. And I think it's one that's definitely overdue. I know in talking to some of the residents over on the Ferguson area, they seem to feel in many ways left out. We don't address some of these issues. That's been an issue that's been, an ongoing issue we've had. So I really think, there's some inconveniences, unfortunately, but I really do feel that overall, when this project is complete, people are going to be pleased, very happy with the results they get because, you have a sidewalk on one end of the street and not a sidewalk on the other end, or parts of it. You have some sidewalk, and then you find yourself out on the street now, and you have to be careful with the traffic, making sure you cross over sometimes, so you're walking on the street. So overall, I really think that this is a good project that I think will be, very worthwhile for the Ferguson area. And we definitely should move forward with it. And I like the comments my colleague just made related to hopefully identifying ways to ease the pain for some of those that obviously have encroached on the public right of way for many years, and because nothing's been done, obviously they now would be losing some space, but technically it wasn't their space to begin to take. And I really do feel that the benefits here outweigh any of the concerns that are being raised. So I think it's something we need to move forward with, and I look forward to this project being completed. Vice Mayor, I know you stepped away, and it's an opportunity if you'd like to make any comments related to this presentation.
I just think that it's ever since I got on city council, they've been asking for this. So it's 12 years. And then when I got on council, the previous council said this has been an issue for a very long time. So I think that we need to give the residents what they've been asking for.
Okay. Thank you. And so at this time, if there's no additional comments or questions, a motion would be in order to approve staff's recommendation. And we have two items, items number 1 and item number 2. Do we have a motion?
Mayor, I'll move to approve per the staff's recommendation on the staff report.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. All right. Wow, we're making progress, gang. Good job. Okay. Now we'll move to public hearings. Lena, this is your part here. Now item number
I will
17.
be very brief. We don't have any public requests to speak on this item. This is the annual item confirmation of weed abatement charges on properties that have our nuisance and overgrown weed. And this year's charge is like $48, like the charges that Department of Agriculture assesses on the properties. And we just need to open public hearing and close the public hearing.
All right, we declare the public hearing open at this time. And seeing that there is nobody here for public comment, we'll close public comment. And
We need a motion.
you'll need a motion to approve the recommendation at this time. Need a motion?
I'll move.
We have motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor? I
Aye.
believe you need a roll call on this, or no?
Since it's a public hearing, I'll do the roll call.
Okay.
Councilmember Garcia, Councilmember Linus,
Yes.
Councilmember Iboer, Vice Mayor Altamirano,
Yes.
and Mayor Guimeno.
Yes, motion passes. Thank you. And ordinances, item number 18. Lena?
This is the second hearing, second reading of the ordinance, adoption and second reading of the ordinance revising section 2.20010 of chapter 2, compensation of the municipal code with respect to council members' compensation. At the first reading, the item was approved for one council member was absent, and staff's recommendation to adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Lena. If there is no comments or questions related to this item, a motion would be in order. And that would be the staff's recommendation, City Council, to approval of second reading for an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Commerce, California, revising section 2.20010 of chapter 2, compensation of the municipal code with respect to compensation of council members, and waive full read by title only. Do we have a motion? We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Could we get a roll call vote on this item, please?
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Linus,
Yes.
Councilmember Iboer, Vice Mayor Altamirano,
Yes.
and Mayor Guimeno.
Yes, motion passes.
I'll
Thank you.
read the title quickly. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Commerce, California, revising section 2.20.010 of chapter 2, compensation of the municipal code with respect to compensation of council members.
Thank you, Lena. And we're now at item number 19, adoption and second reading of two ordinances to repeal ordinance numbers 782 and 795, and to revoke development agreements numbers 782 and 795 related to commercial cannabis permit applications.
This is the second reading again of these two ordinances, and it was approved unanimously at the last council meeting to revoke previously adopted ordinance 795 and 782.
Thank you, Lena. And if there's no comments or questions, the motion would be in order. We have a motion, and is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Seeing none, motion passes.
I'll
Lena?
read the title of the ordinances. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Commerce repealing ordinance number 795 and revoking related development agreement number 795 between North Stand LA Incorporated and the City of Commerce, which allowed commercial cannabis activities at 2620 South Mount Avenue, and making findings of secret categorical exemption. Second ordinance, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Commerce repealing ordinance number 782 and revoking related development agreement number 782 between Greenleaf 26 Corporation and the City of Commerce, which allowed commercial cannabis activities at 6400 Fleet Street and making findings of the CEQA categorical exemption.
Thank you, Lena. And we have an item 20. That would be first reading an uncodified ordinance approving a development agreement related to application number 18-052, continuance of the item to what? Continuance of the item to next city council. Are we continuing this item?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, on behalf of city staff, we'd like to ask the city council to continue this item to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting. We put it on the agenda so that we could preserve the publication in the newspaper for the public hearing, and this way we don't have to republish and spend additional dollars. So we're asking that the council continue this item to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification because I saw my agenda and there was nothing there. So I'm wondering, like, what did this? All right, thank you. That explains things. Yeah, we'll continue the item to the next regularly scheduled meeting. Thank you.
Do we need a motion?
Yeah, I would ask that we do it by
All right.
percentage vote.
Mayor, I'll move to continue item number 20 until the next regular city council meeting.
We have motion. Is there a second?
I'll
We have
second.
motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you. And that concludes our agenda here for today, folks. Thank you, Vilko, for keeping it short. All right. Okay, we'll move to council reports, and I'll start over to my left with Council Member Rebollo.
Nothing much to report. It's kind of late, but just wish my mom a happy birthday. She probably fell asleep waiting for me to sing her happy birthday and eat cake with her, but she understands that there's a duty that we have to, that I have civic duties. So happy birthday, Mom. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, and happy birthday to your mom. Councilmember Garcia.
Oh, thank you. First of all, thank you, Sonia, for my gift. Mr. Ferguson, for my little blanket. I attended the National Night Out. I'd like to give special thanks to Vilko and his public safety team for putting an event done very well. It was well attended and well organized. But moving forward, I'd like to, on all special events, I'd like to see recyclable bins next time so that people can just drop their little plastic bottles. But thank you for the event. It was wonderful. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Linus.
Thank you, Mayor. Sonia, thank you for the bag here, and thank you to Claude if he's listening for the blanket. So, definitely appreciate that. A couple of weeks ago, I attended the Gateway Council of Governments 2023 Regional Mayoral Summit on Homelessness, which was held right here in the Senior Center, or right here in the city at the Senior Center. And I wanted to thank Mayor Argumedo for his opening comments and being a gracious host. It was a good session, so that was one event. Last Tuesday, as everybody will mention, I'm sure, I also attended National Night Out. And I wanted to extend a huge thank you to our sponsors, as well as Vilko, and all of our city departments who participated and worked the event. So it was great. Many thanks to you, but also many thanks to Rebecca Longoria. It's a lot to coordinate an event of that magnitude, and I just saw her running around the day of the event, taking pictures and making sure that certain things were being handled in all different directions. So definitely wanted to give her her props or her kudos. So thank you for that. This past Saturday, I attended the Commerce Scholarship Breakfast along with a couple of my colleagues, and I want to thank Evelyn Diaz, the library staff, and everyone else that made the event possible. And many thanks to the Commerce Casino and the rest of our donors who helped make the journey of higher education a little bit easier for 58 of our city's youth. So that's a lot. That's significant. Also this past Saturday, I attended the Unplugged Theater Arts Banquet, where we recognized and celebrated the work that Amber Torres and her team, the Teen Center staff, and the youth did over the past year. So congratulations to them. And Mayor, that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
Absolutely, I'll keep it quick. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Claude. I also attended National Night Out. Rebecca did an amazing job, and all of staff. I wanted to thank all of staff for being there, and also for the sheriff's department being there and creating what they did. Thank you so much. Also, be careful out there. They're still trying to steal catalytic converters. My dad installed a cage underneath his, and because of that, I think they retaliated and broke all his windows in his car. So just be careful out there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something really quick?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to give thanks to Ms. Longoria too.
All right.
Before she's
So-
like,
so
but good
noted.
job out there. Thank you, and happy birthday, Mr. Rebollo.
Yeah, I won't be redundant, but I will say thank you for the wonderful gifts, Sonia and Claude. Appreciate them very much. I attended on July the 19th the JPA meeting, which was held in the city of Bell Gardens, and we had an opportunity to meet our executive director today with a presentation on SB 549 and its importance, and also Joey Harn, who is our legal counsel with the Commerce Casino. But I also had an opportunity to attend the regional mayoral summit that was just mentioned by my colleague. He happens to be our representative on the COG, which I'm really thankful and appreciate him attending and also participating in that. And I think we have a great representative in him on the COG. It was well attended by other mayors from other cities, and also our supervisor, Janice Hahn, and also our representative from our city on homelessness issues, Ed Salcido, who was also there. There was a lot of good information, and I like the comments that the supervisor had to make related to homelessness. Basically, her message was one of, we can't just continue to ignore it and do nothing about it. We have to somehow address the issue. If we all do a little bit, hopefully we can make progress with regard to this issue that's affecting not only our city but all of the cities. And her commitment was that, hey, whatever you guys look to do to try to address the problem, that she would be there to help in funding, finding resources to help us and work with us. So it was good, and she basically was, look, I'm asking everybody if we all work together, and they actually had a presentation on some of the successful projects in other cities that seem to have been successful and are working well in their communities. And it was just interesting because initially I think we all go into it going, hey, let's take a certain approach, and it may not be one that's sometimes, not as popular, right? But I walked away with an open mind to saying, hey, what can we do? What else can we do? And if the supervisor's commitment is there to help us with funding and whatnot, let's see if there's something that we can do. But anyways, that was that. It was a very nice event. On July 24th, I attended the I-5 JPA Policy Board meeting. I happened to be a representative for our city, and that's where I was. I attended that meeting along with Wilco, who generally attends that meeting. Thank you. On the 26th, I attended the County Sanitation Districts of Los Angeles County Board meeting. Just made it to vote. I was a little late for that meeting, but I actually got there in time to actually vote on the items that we had on the agenda. But that was that there, and thank you for serving as our alternate on that, Vice Mayor. August the 1st, 23rd, of course, with everyone else, we attended National Night Out, and again, I won't be redundant, but you guys did an amazing job. Thank you, all of our staff, Rebecca, and everybody involved in putting this event together. I appreciate you listening to everybody's feedback and making some changes. You made changes based on some of the feedback that you got from us from the previous year. And you know what? It was just another big success. And of course, I understand you'll be meeting again to kind of just circle back and figure out, hey, what can we do? How can we improve it for the following year? And I kind of heard some different ideas and stuff. But we'll leave it up to you guys to come up with the different recommendations after you all meet and discuss that and see what other things you can do to make it a better event in the future. August the 5th, I also did attend this Saturday the Commerce Scholarship Breakfast here at the DoubleTree along with my colleagues, and it was a very nice event. It's one of our favorite events, I think. It's just a very nice event to be able to see many of our residents receive their scholarship awards, and just to see their faces, they're very appreciative. And the event was very well attended. Also, the guest speaker that we had there, sorry, I didn't get his name. Reese was the last name, right? Benjamin Reese. I think he was a great speaker, very motivational, and everybody. But in reality, his comments were related to basically the city that gave him all these opportunities, all the programming services that we have, everything that we do here in the city. He basically credited all of that to where he's at now, everything he's done to the City of Commerce and its leadership for what we've done over the years. So again, very nice event, and we really appreciated the comments and overall all of the donors and everybody that was there present. Appreciate all of you, and I think that wraps up my comments. Thank you all. And that concludes our meeting. We are now adjourned. Thank you. I was ready to push all these items to another meeting, man.